You're live.
Start करिए.
Very good evening, everyone. As me and Arvind sir finished off the conversation of the first impressions, towards the end, we had made commitments कि भाई जितनी जल्दी हो सके, we will come back to you with a focus on academics, and I think the most golden question that most people tend to ask on the day of the Clat exam, which is कि कट ऑफ कितना होगा, कितने पे राष्ट्रीय विधि विश्वविद्यालय नेशनल यूनिवर्सिटी मुझे मिल जाएगा. Now, of course, we are slightly late, but primarily the reason is because, as most of you know, and first impression में भी most students were also saying कि AR के problem था, ये questions गलत हैं, किसी और में भी options गलत हैं. So we were just trying to double check, triple check, quadruple check, and make sure that we don't come back to you with inaccuracies. So please excuse us for the slight delay, but here we are now. And we are going to take it forward and jump right into some of the important observations that the expert panel also had. So I'll hand over to Dr. Sahai now to take it forward and tell us what her thoughts are.
Good evening to all the students, all those who took the Clat 2024 paper for Clat for the admission season in 2025 to NLUs. I was following the first impressions of Clat possible students, and as you can see, we have come out with certain glitches that some students experienced. Of course, there were again a lot of disappointments with certain sections. Yet again, Clat never disappointed because they did have many errors. So the one thing consistent we all can agree is errors in the Clat paper. And we will take a brief section overview of all the sections. My lovely Clat Possible team is here, and we will take you through the most important highlights of that section and the cutoffs, after which we will come back with detailed section analysis one by one. So the first section, as I can see, alright, so the overall analysis before we go section wise, the paper was not a lengthy paper, and easily 115 plus questions could have been attempted by everyone. It was an easy to moderate paper. Barring the incorrect questions, questions were doable. There were spurts of tricky questions in between sections, but not too many. And we all can agree that those 2-3 tricky questions in between will be the deciding factor for top ranks. Cutoffs will be expected to be around the same as last year, maybe a couple of marks more. And current affairs again ruled the exam because there were, as Priyanka will take up the current affairs section, while there were not many errors and all, but it was less of current affairs, more of reading. Alright, so I will continue with the English section. The paper cutoff, everyone knows, in first impressions we had told you there were 24 questions in the English section. Definitely you should have scored in the range of 20 to 22 marks for a top rank, but not below 18 marks if you are expecting to get into a good NLU. It was specific details, direct questions. There were 1 or 2 central idea questions also, and as like last year, there were meaning questions in every section. So there were 2 to 3 meaning questions in some passages, but definitely 1 meaning question, word meaning or vocabulary question in the passage. And there weren't many inference based questions this year, direct questions from the passage. So the way forward with this section should have been A, not to exceed the section time of 20 minutes, and B, go quickly check the answer once again and mark the answer, because the answer was clearly given in the passage. So the topics for this year's Clat paper English section, there was a passage on education by Rabindranath Tagore, Why I Write by George Orwell, An Astrologer's Day. This is a short story. I have done it in my ICSC in years in class 8th, I think, or 7th. So An Astrologer's Day by R.K. Narayan, and The Right Kind of Education by J. Krishnamurti. These were the 4 passages, 24 questions, divided between these 4 passages. That was English, nothing to write home about. Some of you, I expect, who have been good with this section could have scored full marks here. So let's see if there are no discrepancies, because there are 1 or 2 questions in detailed analysis I'll talk to you about where I expect some answer discrepancies. Rest, around 20 to 22 questions could have been correct for most of you.
So, ma'am, I'm just curious, while I look at the list of topics.
Yes.
Is it at some level that they're trying to point out that education is what the Clat consortium does and the right kind of education is what Clat Possible does? I mean,
yeah, that's very interesting, because I clearly remember last year's Clat paper, there was a whole bashing passage on coaching institutes.
Yes.
And the malpractices of the coaching institutions, because there is a general sense that if there is a coaching institute, they have an ulterior motive. They cannot be educating our children. You know, they are just there to make money. But we end up doing more service, I believe, than papers that are clearly full of errors.
But also interestingly, there was a couple of questions that I was looking through about how there is a public sector disadvantage, public service disadvantage if there's a coaching. Of course, the answer key that I believe is correct is that there is nothing fundamentally wrong if somebody is preparing more.
Yes.
So, and those are 2 actual questions even in this year's paper. So
Right.
their targeting and all of that continues. To be in place.
But I remember one of the students,
Advantage, public
who
service
wrote on
disadvantage
the
if
first
there's a
impressions
Of course,
chat, on our YouTube channel, and she wrote the line, "You have one job." So, as you all know, we give about 40 mock test papers,
Yes.
and if 0.1% times we have errors in them, our quality control team sort of bashes us. So that is one paper, and हम लोग सब देखेंगे ही individual sections में कि क्या-क्या उसमें answers में problem आ सकती है. But the next section, of course, is current affairs. Over to Priyanka.
Thank you, ma'am. So the current affairs section has the same amount of questions as the last year. There is more of static than current affairs. So there were 3 passages which were based on static knowledge, and we'll talk about the topics in some time. And then 2 of them were very, very relevant, and of course they were from current affairs. But what I'd like to put forth over here is, like you said very, very aptly, that the current affairs section should now be called partly RC and partly GK, which is also okay, but it would have been better if the child would have known about it. So certain questions from the passages they were directly inside the passage, and there were some questions that had to be derived out of it. And so to be precise, out of the 28 questions, there were 17 factual based questions and 11 which were based on RC. The topics weren't something which were out of the ordinary. Another thing that is absolutely similar to the previous year paper is that they have taken a topic from modern history, which I think was also there last year. So modern history is something that kids usually do not like because they feel it's not relevant. But guys, it's happening over and over again. So you have to look at those LMS videos which we keep putting out for you. So the 3 passages on the basis of static, the very first one is Women Reservation, although the Reservation Act, of course, it has not been put into effect, but this particular question I feel has been asked because of the 4 new castes that were introduced by the government of India this year, which is Nari, Garib, Yuva, Annadata. So I think Nari Shakti was the theme of this particular year, and so somewhere down the line, of course, women reservation. Keeping in mind the fact that Jammu and Kashmir Legislative Assembly elections have taken place, it was a very, very obvious thing that we would get a passage from Jammu and Kashmir. Very, very simple questions. It's disheartening to see that some kids have gotten very simple questions incorrect, but chalo theek hai, chalta hai. Civil disobedience movement is something that you may or may not have done, but the fact that the Quit India movement was in news this year, Gandhiji's struggle was in news this year because of Sonam Wangchuk's 21-day climate fast. I think this was something that was also very, very obvious and would have been asked and was asked. Olympics, of course, was the theme of the year. I really, really wanted Clat to ask about Lok Sabha. Clat being a paper for law aspirants should have asked something on judiciary, but I guess they don't think that's that important. right? And the 16 BRICS summit, of course, is very, very important as well. So that was pretty much it. I think more than current affairs, it was more static. So they've taken a topic from current. Even in the Olympic section, the questions were from static, right? So you have to not just look at whatever is happening in that particular year. You have to look at all of the other things. And with respect to Olympics, of course, Sir had taken up this entire session on YouTube.
Yes.
So all of the questions were right there. So I don't think Clat possible students would have had an issue in that. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. If we can move on. Yeah, so sorry. Yeah, so if we look at the questions, like I said, even in the previous year, there was Jallianwala Bagh massacre, right? So that is from modern history. Basic structure of the constitution, because Keshavananda Bharati versus State of Kerala, Union of India, my bad, was also a judgment that was delivered in 1973, so 50 years of that. And like I've already spoken about all of them. I know space was also something that you guys really did very, very well. And okay, so this is something that I have to talk to the kids about. They seem to believe that हमने इतना ज़्यादा GK पढ़ लिया वो हमारा waste हो जाएगा. कोई knowledge waste नहीं होगा, and hopefully ALIT will take care of that. But we will see what happens then. Yeah. So those are my 2 cents for current affairs. I think we can move on to the next section. Yeah.
All right, so I had a, while we were going through the whole thing also, my perspective was towards the end when we were doing a lot of score booster sheets here at Clat Possible. One of the things I recommended to the students, and I think pretty much all of us agree, is that towards the end at least there should be a skill set, this unique skill set that has to be developed, which is that what you do on a computer is use Control F as a combination. But this ability to scan through the whole thing, and because of the first impression, while you were busy solving the paper, one thing that also came up interestingly in the whole cutoff analysis, just wanted to throw in that perspective is, while people were preparing for GK and doing 30 plus, 40 plus mocks on GK, they all planned to take 7 to 8 minutes for the GK section at the higher level.
Right.
So usually a lot of them finish it in 5 minutes. But because now there's a scanning and a Control F requirement that you have to fulfill, everybody ended up taking a few more minutes for solving the GK section. So for those of you who took that extra time, don't worry too much. Everybody had to do it, and if nothing else, at least your accuracy would have gone up because the answers were right there for a lot of the questions.
For sure. And especially because of the last year papers, if you remember, even in our mocks, we had kept some questions, the answers were right there in the passages.
Right.
So that a child starts reading. I was telling them till the end, I don't know how many of you read the passages, I hope you did, right? But yeah, that's absolutely right. Your reading speed has to be impeccable to solve this particular paper. If nothing else, some kids will fall short on their marks because of the fact that they did not read the passage and because they do not think that it's important enough to read it. So yes.
No,
definitely.
but the GK section passages were tougher than RC section passages.
Some of the questions also.
So RC section, our good readers must have taken 5 minutes less because they were short and story-like. So and questions were straightforward. Almost 90% questions were straightforward. So they would have saved some time there. The second thing is that while I was doing score booster and this came up, should we try to read the passage as well? And I told them it's very simple. If the answer is direct and you know the topic, you know the answer, mark it. But if you're fumbling with the options, for example, the RC type questions in GK, then naturally you have to go back and read it. True. So yes, definitely their children would have taken more than 7 to 8 minutes to solve GK because there were about 10-11 questions from the passage, and at least 3-4 that I solved, you had to go back, read and then eliminate options. But that time could have been saved in the RC section.
Okay.
Had the RC section also been a little tricky to read, since passages were simple to read, you would have saved that time and utilized it here. So test taking.
The legal section, I feel the time was saved there as well, which could have been utilized here.
So if you are thinking on your toes, something which we equip you at Clat Possible, even in the mocks, and some of our mocks did give reading based questions initially and then later. So you know how to balance it out. So if you're saving time in RC and it is going in GK, now you have to work around that.
So I think one of the key takeaways is, at least what I felt is, that the Clat will intentionally try to keep surprising you with one way or the other. So even if you had a particular sectional breakup of what time I'm going to take for what section, and ma'am's rightly pointing out that even if there was an extra loss here, there is adequate compensation in some other section. So don't start panicking कि यहाँ मेरे को तो 4 minute extra लग गया, अब तो मेरा पक्का पेपर भी कुछ ना कुछ प्रॉब्लम होने वाला है. There will be compensation, and I always say अगर compensation नहीं भी है, don't worry, सिर्फ अकेले तुम्हारे 4 minute extra नहीं लगे, बाकी सबके भी लगे हैं. Therefore it's going to be a consistent problem for everyone, and you just have to do it better than others. So don't start panicking, right?
Yeah.
So we'll
so even in the logical reasoning section, we could term it as a time saver. A lot many short passages. The questions were either easy or incorrect. So, much of the questions, right? The answers could have been just, you could have just gone to the relevant portion in the passage.
So there were specific detailed questions.
A lot of specific detailed questions. And this was a paper, maybe you could have had a quick glance at the question list and then, start hunting for answers, because that tone was set with the English section, that much of the questions were specific detail. And, apart from that AR set, many of the questions just followed the same sort of pattern as in English. There was no real differentiation between the two sections, right? Logical reasoning, much like English, specific detail, the answers were right there in the passage. One question was incorrect. In the three, we are talking about the critical reasoning sections. One question was sort of incorrect very blatantly, and the entire AR set, 4 questions were incorrect, 2 were correct, and you could have lost some time figuring out the answers to those incorrect questions. But yes, once you would have realized, so maybe, I don't know, you could have left the entire set, or you could have left some of the questions there, but I do think they'll sort of rule those questions out when they'll score. Apart from that, nothing really to analyze. It was a pretty easy section. So the cutoff that we have given here is 17 to 18. Because this is taking into account that there were at least 5 incorrect questions. No assumption questions, strangely, because we saw a lot of assumption questions in the sample paper that was released. So there was no assumption question in that broad category of assumption, strength and weaken. We had just had 1 question. So it was disappointing, because we have been preparing for it, and especially the Clat possible students, we have prepared really well for the logical reasoning section. But yes, it gave you some time to sort of tackle the GK section, which had some good RC. The GK section.
The GK section had better RC.
So we were solving. I was solving some questions Priyanka had given.
Even I was solving the RC of GK.
In fact, we were solving the entire paper together, because I could have answered some questions in the legal. Neha could have answered some questions somewhere else, and everyone was solving all sections. So GK, as I was saying, there was a couple of questions that were tricky in the GK section, and we expected those good questions to appear in the logical reasoning or the RC section, but the
difference between education and the right kind of education.
Yeah. And strangely enough, they give these education passages, and the one we were earlier referring to, the coaching institute passage.
Yes.
On the very passage, they are giving you wrong logical reasoning questions.
So their own answers are not really matching the logic.
Yes. So there is another thing. So year after year, they give out these sample questions, and the actual paper is nothing like that. So I mean, I don't know what is the objective behind it.
Which has happened 3 years in a row.
So my own hypothesis is that sample paper, they sort of, they just give to some people who are relatively free in that period, and they ask them to make these sample papers, and they release it.
And then a new set of people make the actual paper.
Yeah. And these two groupings or groups
don't talk to
communicate.
each other.
That's true.
So Sajal, I had a question on behalf of so many students that we spoke to. If nothing else, at least there needs to be a reassurance that we need from you, which is that everybody who tried to solve this wasted some essential minutes in this examination trying to solve it.
Yes.
Then there was a degree of mental harassment because they couldn't solve it because it could not be solved.
Yes, the AR set.
So overall, most people on an average wasted about 6 to 7 minutes.
Yes.
Simply banging their head on a stone which just wasn't going to talk back.
Yeah.
So do you think that's something which would be consistent with all the top 3,000 to 4,000 people who are actually competing for the seats, that all of them would have done it and therefore there's no real damage?
Yes. So some of the students, right, because there is a section of students who actually don't prepare for analytical reasoning. They are primarily taking Clat and they are taking A-Late just as another exam, not really preparing for it.
Right.
So while they are preparing for Clat, what they understand from the previous year papers is there's no analytical reasoning. Specifically in the last 3-4 years, there was no analytical reasoning. So, in a way, they were better off because they would have left the entire set.
Right.
And, or maybe spend 1-2 minutes, 3 minutes solving the set and realizing that it's not their cup of tea and they would have left it. Because 4 questions anyway are going to be, ruled out. So, so blessing in disguise for those people. But yes, people who are preparing for analytical reasoning, for them it was, precious time lost. But then overall, in an overall scheme of things, because the passages in legal and logical and English, they were shorter, so I think they would have fared well in an overall way.
Because the passages were shorter also, let's not be surprised, traditionally even A-Lit makes error in AR.
Right.
I don't know why they make these questions. They should ask the actual people to make these questions who know the sets. So
I have an opinion about why it happens. I think it happens simply because there's more accountability.
Yes.
No, I have another reason which I'm not going to say right now.
It's control effing, basically.
Yeah, and a lot of green.
But I do remember chatting with some students towards the end and telling them that if a set in AR or if a set in DI is not getting solved, move on.
Yeah, move on. Yeah.
And I think the children who moved on would probably end up benefiting, because surprisingly DI did have solvable questions, which is so nice. We are clutching at straws at the correct questions that have been asked.
The very fact that we're praising the fact that the question paper had right questions seems like a tragedy in itself.
Right, so these were to be more specific, these were the 4 passages. One was the consultant change, the other one was lifestyle and mental health, then one on homelessness, and then the AR one. But yes, the passages were pretty straightforward, easy read, very solvable questions.
Oh, homelessness is the one which had there is no American usage of numbers.
So
what millions and thousands में confusion?
Yeah. So there was a question, and the figure given in the passage was 580,000, and the options were 5 million,
1
million, and
10 million,
10 million or something of that. So they got confused because they were using some other metric system.
And some other.
So in making that transformation from 580,000, and they got confused between lakh and million.
Yeah.
So legal reasoning.
Right.
So Neha will be taking you through the legal reasoning section. You have seen her in our Clat seminars, webinars, and of course in your classroom. And she also has, I think, a lot of points to make from what they release as rules and principles and then what actually happens in the paper. So over to Neha.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, so somehow the tone or the theme of the evening is set that everything is going towards the direction of RC, or as they say, what was the word? Specific detail question. I was telling them, that RC seems a little too slangish. So, what could be a better way to put it? And then so we turned around and said specific detail question. And that's exactly what majority of the legal reasoning section was also. Though not very surprising if we see last year's paper, though at least last year there was a good balance, There were a lot of specific detailed questions, but then there were good amount of reasoning based questions, wherein you have a fact situation given to you and you apply the law which is provided in the passage. But this year, sorry to say, there were just about 8 to 10 logically using the legal principle kind of question. And most of it was basically, straight reading comprehension kind of questions, specific detailed questions. Though I would say that some of the questions were a little tricky. So like in the beginning, when we began, I was telling you कि generally सबको paper बहुत आसान लगेगा कि बहुत doable है. तो कई बार उसी वजह से you make a mistake because you tend to take everything at its face value.
Yes.
Then you realize that what after there were a couple of students who came to me and said, "Ma'am, iska to answer ye hona chahiye." I said, "No, bacha, read it once again." When you read it once again, then you realize that this is the small trick they played, and this is where that entire cutoff comes into play. You may be getting around 80, but that +4, +5, that -0.25 going here and there is all those trick questions that one has to be very, 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 very careful of. Right? That is one. Okay, another interesting thing which happened, which was a little different, and which Survi was saying, they don't really stick to what they say, right? And that was when the consortium says that only what is given to you in the passage is what you use to solve the questions.
Yes.
Extremely sorry to say, there were clearly, at least 5 to 7 there, minimum 5 to 7 questions which were completely based on prior legal knowledge. So those of you who were, having double thoughts, were thinking that in the past year's paper, there weren't any static knowledge-based questions. Do we really need to study contract? Do we really need to study constitution? Well, the present paper answers that with a very big affirmative yes. You cannot leave all that behind. Yes, majority of the passages were based on, current legal topics, like we have the list right here. But then, if you see, even when you look at Article 21, they were teaching you constitutional law. There were questions which were based on right to clean environment. There were questions which were based on directly on what a DPSP is, what your fundamental duties are. So there were
also silly questions like what is Article 21, which was shockingly, that's not an answer which is given in the passage. So you had to separately know what is Article 21. I mean, it's really easy. It's just you can't trust their statement when they say you need to stick only to the principle. The principle doesn't say what is Article 21. It is specific constitutional legal knowledge which would be able to answer that question.
That is still fine.
Yes.
A very prominent, once the new Clat rules were made, a prominent person, head of a national law university, came on YouTube and said, leave the teaching of the law to us. He addressed all the coaching institutes that leave the law to us, leave the teaching of the law to us. So fine, we were ready to leave, but then how can you ask direct questions unless you specify that there will be no, and they did specify, no prior knowledge is needed, but I think there was a general bias in 5 to 7 questions, as Neha says, where they assume they are not asking you legal, but it's so ingrained that, some things we have to teach. So yeah, good thing that we did not let go of our legal mentors.
So yes, so like you were just discussing, so there were direct knowledge-based questions, that's one. Another thing that was there when you look at the paper was that, the topics which were covered, we see a repetition of what had already been asked in the previous year. Like somehow, data protection seems to be like a favorite topic,
Yeah.
you know, you would expect things like, you know, the new criminal justice system being enforced,
I
the new...
was very surprised. No questions on BNS,
no
nothing.
question on BNS, no question on BNSS, none of them came. But you had a repeat telecast of personal data. And in fact, right to privacy is also, again, a very, very
Repetitive.
often tested area.
Yeah.
So, you know, so generally, there were students who would ask me, ma'am, data protection, last time though aaya tha, is bar thod na aayega. Should we really stress on that? So one would always, there's no harm knowing about it, right? That is why if you see all the mocks that we had prepared, each and every passage, the topics, each and every one had been covered in both our mocks as well as our classes. In fact, you know, I have a very, very strong feeling, and I think I'm going to substantiate it, that one or two passages were the exact passages which had been, you know, given in our mocks.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Maybe a little twist here and there because everybody...
The data protection one I've seen.
You know, that's
Yes,
what even the moment I
100%.
read it, I'm like, and the
100%.
questions were also on the similar
Yeah,
lines.
very
In
much.
fact, the entire passage, the entire paper, there was only one passage in which reasoning questions had come,
Yeah.
and that was data protection,
Yeah.
and there was exactly on the lines of the question that our mock had.
Yeah.
Right, so that is something which is there, and each and every topic that's covered here is something which we have covered in class, and a very good balance between static and current. You know, so if you look at IPR,
Yeah.
that was current, constitution, static, that was static, constitution was static, right to your contract. So most of it was pretty much a good balance between static and current.
But I think, ma'am, just out of curiosity, so while I've not looked at this in detail, but it seems like there is none of the absolutely important topics of law have been covered, right? For instance, I mean, we had Places of Worship Act, which is all over the news for at least 3 months straight. I mean, I can go on with more examples from disqualification of members of parliament, things that we studied so much and probably discussed so much, AMU minority status, this, that and the other, but none of that is covered neither in GK
No.
nor in legal reasoning,
No.
right? Okay. So basically we have to look at tier 2 of the GK
Yeah.
syllabus, whether it is in legal or it is in GK,
Yeah.
but look at tier 2 news rather than
Yeah.
tier 1 news.
I have a logic why the 3 new criminal laws did not come.
What?
Because I don't think a lot of people know about it.
You know, I was going to say it, then I thought I shouldn't say it online, but thank you
Yeah.
for saying it. I agree with you. I think I completely agree. So that's something I
Yeah.
tell my students also in class that, for example, cryptocurrency का budget में tax अगर आया तो हो सकता है पूछ ले,
हाँ.
लेकिन what is cryptocurrency कभी नहीं पूछेंगे क्योंकि
पूछेंगे.
blockchain technology उन्होंने पढ़ा ही नहीं है. So insolvency and bankruptcy code का major amendment आया.
हाँ.
And I made it a point not to teach it.
Yeah.
And any student who asked me, I said नहीं देखो क्लैट के लिए मैं नहीं पढ़ाऊंगा. I can discuss it otherwise because क्लैट में वो IBC का लिक्विडेटर का क्या पावर चेंज हुआ है वो उन्होंने नहीं पढ़ा, वो तुमसे नहीं पूछेंगे. It's a very simple kind of a thing. But BNS I thought is, I mean that's what they would have read. No, have they really not read that mob lynching is a crime now? What's happening? I mean I don't know. We discussed all of it with so much effort in the class, and hopefully ALET compensates for all the preparation that has happened.
But you know, that makes me think that some of our students are at least disappointed.
Yes,
Not
they are.
because they fared badly, but the discerning of ranks will become very bleak again. So
Yes.
this year I expect yet again that on the same rank the law school is getting filled,
Yes.
and you know on the same mark. You are getting the very close ranks.
So at least 5 of our students in the first impression conversation that we had, at least 5 of them very seriously said, जो हमारा पढ़ाई का ज़्यादा advantage होता, वो at some
नहीं
level has
दिखा,
been
yeah.
diluted
Yes.
because of the nature of questions that have been
And
asked.
इस टाइप के पेपर में लक का फैक्टर बहुत बढ़ जाता है. You
But
know,
many of the questions will be
एकदम
toss
कोई
up
AR
for-
में फंस गया, अच्छा स्टूडेंट क्योंकि AR पूरा गलत था. So what the question paper setters do is, or the exam body does is कि ठीक है सबको 0 दे दो. But time का compensation ये एक बहुत relevant question आता रहा है. Who will compensate for the time lost?
Exactly.
Because उस time में उन्होंने वो सवाल नहीं किया ना जो उनका सही हो जाता.
And the anxiety.
And the anxiety where they keep thinking, okay, I don't know. So these are some things which these exam bodies must talk about, because now India is boasting of the largest open exam CUET, which has its own share of errors and trauma, which is for another discussion. But these are the things जो एक candidate को compensation में चाहिए. So discernible exams होने चाहिए is what I say. Where if you have studied, if you have the caliber, the question should do justice to it, and it should not be based on luck, जो कि ये होता जा रहा है. And again, as one of the students again in first impression said, कि CP के ही mocks ले ले. We make 40, we can make one more, guys, can't we? So that's there.
But they took one of the passage that.
Yes, 2 legal passages they have taken. I wish they had taken AR sets also from here.
Ironically, one on data protection.
So, in fact, when we have this comparative table, if you see data protection kind of, it's always ruling the roost. It's always there. So.
Yeah, can you see that? It's amazing.
Yeah.
So for the last 3 years?
Yeah, 22, 23,
23, 24.
24.
I see. Interesting.
Great. So let's go to the expected cutoffs now. That's our, expected cutoffs on the screen, children. Now, again, declaration of cutoffs would have been easy had there not been blatantly incorrect questions. Trust me, within sections, 1-2 questions में अभी हम लोग को लगता है कि कुछ answers ऊपर नीचे होंगे, right? So that's another story. But 5 blatantly incorrect questions, one AR set where there were 2 correct questions, which I now think by chance वो correct answer देंगे नहीं देंगे वो भी doubt है.
Yes, yes.
So for that reason, we have given you a big range of cutoff. And because one doesn't know where this will fit in.
And kept it on the lower side.
And kept it on the lower side. Had those 5 questions been taken into account.
We expect that 5 questions will simply be struck off and the total marks will become 115.
That's the best case
right?
scenario. That's the best case scenario. But again, we know with Clat,
yes,
best case scenarios have to happen, on certain special days. But so that's why we've kept the cutoff on the lower side. Once we know what is going to happen with those 5 questions, maybe we will be able to tweak the cutoff a little more and give you a narrower range.
We might just get the answer key today itself.
Last time the answer key was declared in the evening.
They don't call it, for naturally obvious reasons, they don't call it the answer key, they call it the provisional answer key. It's unique in that sense that they also know that this cannot be the final answer key. So I would suggest everyone watching online, this is the part which I think clearly we made that observation where, so I would request all of you to probably tag Clat Consortium or whatever you want to tag right on the comment section. Start sharing it. This is absolutely obvious that 5 questions are wrong. I can't even believe how wrong that is, as you can get confused between 1,000 and million. I don't know how to explain that. If it were my student who committed that mistake, I would throw them out of the class.
Yes,
there are still some dicey ones in the GK and even in the
legal section.
We are not counting them.
We're not counting them. So because in the legal section, I think the couple of questions on coaching centers, I believe the answer is on one side, but if their ego comes in, they might forcefully answer it on the other side.
Yeah, so subjective answering, long ago we had raised alarms. This was in the 2014-15 period when consortium was not formed. We had all raised red flags. You can't have subjective answering. It can't be what you feel about people or bodies,
Our answer key is out, by the way.
Yes, so our answer key is out and it is an answer key. Yes. So it will be struck off with Clat's final answer key on our website because we will then publish.
The correctness of the answers are not subjective. It is not subject to anything. It is the truth.
Yeah.
The appreciation of the correctness depends on their IQ also. So
answer key is out.
Our answer key is out. So please do check your answers, children. Also, when we strongly feel about the logic behind questions, we always state Clat answer and then Clat possible answer.
Right.
So do see that because come what may, it's tough to not teach you the correct thing. So yes, our answer key is out and you can match your answers. We have given you a huge range because we know there is a gap in certain, we foresee a gap in 2-3 more questions and we will take those up in our individual analysis. And with that, we will look at the final top 3 and any NLU cutoffs. So if you see the screen, the top 3 will be in this range. Again, I have already explained the reason behind this range. Once we get clarity on the blatantly incorrect answers, we will be able to give you a better idea. Plus, our YouTube channel will be completely going berserk because sectional discussions are still left. After that, provisional answer key, how to challenge, we'll be doing a session on that. And then once you get to fill in your preferences, we will do a session on preferences based on your final score that you are getting as a result of the answers. So yes, please stay here for more action, and all those of you who solved it, we will solve each question section wise now. And overall any NLU we predict that around 85.
So I'm seeing a few questions on category based cutoffs, but just to be clear, just to avoid any confusion, you can clearly see the category mentioned here is general. So people who are looking at 85 or anywhere in the ballpark in the SC category or the OBC category, you're definitely well inside the cutoff range. You'll definitely go to a decent or above average law school. Of course, we're not completely predicting the exact category based cutoffs for now.
For now, yes, but once you fill in the, once you get the provisional answer key, we will be able to give you a better idea of category based cutoffs. And for example, in the state OBC categories, the range for overall cutoff general category and OBC category state wise is barely plus minus 5 or 4 marks.
Yes.
So you can do that maths based on last year's selections. But we will be coming back with more specifics on category based cutoffs as well.
Yes.
So any last comments with our cutoffs?
See, with the cutoffs, I think we've pretty much clarified it. There's another thing that I've been itching to say, so I'm going to say it anyway. I think as a law school or when you're asking a question from a law aspirant, 75 years of the making of the Constitution, guys, should have asked something. Like,
I mean, but for that, first they need to attend your class to know that it is the same.
yes, please attend my class. I'm available on Clat Possible YouTube channel.
Okay, guys, I think we have taken a fair bit of pot shots, but it is quite cathartic. I hope more than the laughs and everything else, you have understood the rationale behind sections. Now we will dive into each section, discuss the section threadbare, and give you our answers.
So also we are being flooded on the chat box by asking where can we find the CP answer key.
All right, so I will ask our tech team to respond to that.
To the chat.
So
and share the
maybe
link.
in another 5 minutes, if it's still not available, it should be directly up and blinking on our homepage in 5 minutes.
I think
or so.
it is on our
We'll
homepage, but
post the link in this.
in the chat bar.
We'll also post the link and pin that comment on the chat box.
That's it from this segment, and we will start with the English section, followed by the sections in the order in which they come in the Clat paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
मैम स्टार्ट करते थे.
इस पे देखना. Okay, going live.
Live, it's live.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the deep dive section analysis of Clat 2025, which was held today, 1st December, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. And I will bring you the English language analysis, followed by critical reasoning, GK, legal, and then DI. So without wasting any more time, you have already heard us in our first impressions, you have heard our cutoffs and overview of sections. Now we are going to focus on the actual questions that came up and the reasoning behind why we are choosing all the answers that we are choosing. So the first passage, we are following set O. The answer key is uploaded on our website. Log on to clatpossible.com. The main website, go on to the banner and click to check the answer key with the copy of set O. So the first passage in set O is the Swami Vivekananda passage on education that we were talking about. And as I discussed in the overview analysis, most of the answers, 99% answers are given directly in the passage. So the first question, what is education as described by the author means? If you see, the author starts by saying what education is not. It's not libraries, it's not degrees, it is not just information, it is man-making, right? And we have to look at making you or making one stand on their own feet. So based on that, none of these would be our answer here, because the central idea is that this libraries, degrees and cramming information is not education. So the author in this case, Swami Vivekananda, starts by saying what education is not. So 1D, let me remind you, we are on set O. The next question, as per the author, the aim of education should be. Now if you go on question number 2 and you read here, this is what gives the aim of the aim of education, which is man-making, training. The end and aim of all training is to make the man grow, right? So to build character, yes, it is to build character, it is to help a person earn his or her livelihood. Hence the answer in this case will be option D. 2D, which is all of the above, and to help a person develop intellect. So 2D, this training should be under control and fruitful, and that is what is called education. So 2D. Next question, according to the author of the country wants, question number 3. So if you come here, what does the country want? So we said training, man-making, what our country wants are muscles of iron and nerves of steels. So right here is the answer for 3. Every answer is given in the passage, and that takes us to option A, which is massive willpower. Option A. So everything is given. Even if I want to discuss this in detail more, I cannot, because these are pretty much given answers. According to the author, we need to study question number 4. So we need to study what type of things? All these answers are again given over here. If I mark the answer in the passage, that's what I always focus on. Go back, check again. You don't have to do it from memory, because these are small things that you have to see again and again in the passage. So go back, and what type of study? We have to do all branches of knowledge with English language, Western science, technical education. So yes, language, technical education, Western science, all 3 options, hence the answer will be option D, 4D. According to the author, which among the following is key to attain knowledge? Question number 5. What is the key to attain knowledge? It's given right at the beginning of the last paragraph. Right at the beginning of the last paragraph. Hence, the answer will be concentration of the mind. So all the answers, so if you had said, oh, and this was your first passage, and if you began by doing English language, congratulations, all the answers were given clearly, and you would have felt very, very confident in the paper. And while you are into the first passage, and even if you move to the second, you should have calculated that English section is going to finish faster than what we were expecting. Then the last question, assimilation. So if we go and check where assimilation is given, it is given right on the top here, assimilation of ideas. So we must have life building, man making, character making, assimilation of ideas. That means putting them together. Putting them together the best. It's not adjusting of ideas, but integration of ideas. So the answer will be A, 6A. So that was the first passage, children, all of you. The second passage is the Orwellian passage, which is why I started writing. The passages were not very long. This is one thing that was followed as per what they had said in their paper, in the Clat rules that they had sent in the beginning. George Orwell's loneliness during childhood led to, so this is given right on the top, question number 7, where that is making up stories. So the correct answer will be option C, right on the top. So now you enter second passage and you see the answer is right on the top for all of you. Why does Orwell give background information? So why does Orwell give background information? If you check, again the answer given is right at the bottom of the first paragraph. I give all this information because I do not think one can assess the motive, writer's motive, without knowing something. So that is question number 8, right? So the answer to question number 8 is option B, that is motives. Again, if you just checked properly, you got your answers. Next, if a writer escapes from early impulses, what is going to happen? Now, early impulses answer is given right at the bottom here, children, if you have read it. He will have killed his impulse to write. That is question number 9, killing the impulse to write. So, losing the impulse to write, which is option A. Again given over here, that is question number 9. So since these are given, we are not spending time on eliminating any answer because it's just picking up verbatim from the passage. Question 10. For the author, aesthetic enthusiasm is important. So these are points given 1, 2, 3. You just had to come and read about aesthetic enthusiasm. So the first is sheer egoism and second is aesthetic enthusiasm. So why is that? So that what you have experienced is felt valuable, which means aesthetic enthusiasm is an important motive for writing because it, question number 10, becomes invaluable, right? So what we have to do is desire to share an experience which one feels is valuable and ought not to be missed. So if you don't do it, it will become invaluable. So the correct answer will be option C. Next, the author strongly advocates the writers to. The author says the writers should have egoistic impressions. This is given over here clearly, right? That you make up stories. His subject matter will be determined, revolutionary ages. He will have acquired an emotional attitude. So sheer egoism. You should have egoism, so this is out. Be apolitical, no, because you should have political purpose, so this is out. be contemporary in their treatment, nowhere given. So the correct answer will be D, none of the above. So the opposite of what is given is there, C is not given, and hence the answer will be D. Which of the following is a synonym of the word tumultuous? This is a knowledge-based vocabulary question. Tumultuous means chaos, turbulent and disorderly. Hence the answer will be D, all of the above. All three are given. It was a simple word-based question. So that was passage 2, children. Passage 3 is an astrologer's day. As I was telling you, it is a part of ICSE, or used to be a part of ICSE, a good short story by R.K. Narayan of Malgudi Days fame. In fact, one of the Clat papers gave R.K. Narayan's Malgudi Days also as a question in one of the years. I am forgetting which year. So, which among the following is the meaning of vociferousness? Now, this is a little discussion that I want to have. For vociferous, basically means shouting, making a noise. Another word for vociferous over here is din, right? So, this is vociferousness, question number 13. Before that, the author uses din, that is also noise. Now, a literal meaning would be being loud, talking loudly. So, this is literal meaning if they stick to this meaning, but they are being vociferous to attract customers. You know, they use a word attract over here, attract the whole town. So, maybe to create a good magical effect, but again I have doubts on the word magical. So, it's not, the only problem with option A is that they are not giving any opinion, they are shouting to attract attention. So, in option A, C and D is definitely out. Option A, opinion or feelings. So, opinion is nowhere given, but this is the literal meaning, so we can stick with A. However, B can be close because they are trying to attract customers, though I have doubts on the word magical. So, 13th could be a little give or take here and there question, right? So, I would stick to the literal meaning, which is option A. When does the start his day, this has to be probably the easiest question. This has to be the easiest question, option C. So, English section was easy, and this probably is the easiest section. Right at the beginning you have the answer. 15th, what was prophetic light? Again, very simple answer, children. What was the prophetic light? So, it's somewhere here, and his eyes sparkled with a sharp gleam, which are searching, but clients took it to be prophetic. So, eyes, sharpening of the eyes, which is option B, right? Given clearly, this is question number 15. What is the word for the phrase bright and colorful in an impressive way? So, bright and colorful in an impressive way means it has to create a big impression. So, the best word over there is dazzling, option D. Sparkle is close, but we are looking at a higher degree word, so dazzling. Which among the following is not a trade? This you have to just see. The trades are given clearly. Seller of cheap cloth, so these are the trades. Medicine is given, right? Hardware, stolen, magicians, and cheap cloth. Stolen hardware, magicians, cheap cloth, not bags, hence the correct answer is C. So, these are all given, this is not given, hence the answer is C. And the next question, again a simple one. Who uses this? Again supposed to be the easiest of all questions, and that is the groundnut seller, option D. So, that is astrologer's day, clearly given. And we come to the last chapter, the right kind of education. So, this chapter had what we call a central theme question. This chapter had what we call a central theme question, and which was a nice thing because the whole English section had only got specific detailed questions. So if you look at this, what is the intention of the author of this passage? Naturally, it is the right kind of education involving love and care. These are all opposite. Our ideals is opposite, our expectation is opposite, and parents' ambition is opposite. So the correct answer will be option A. In light of the passage, what will be the result of forcing the child? So if you force a child, clearly given over here, it breeds fear. Right? So it breeds fear, clearly given, which is option B, right at the top. According to the author, what should be the attitude of the right kind of teacher? So the teacher begins simply from here. If you look at the teacher bit, isn't it? So a teacher who follows and dealing with them intelligently, the future should be far more important than the present child. Can you see this? So for the teacher also, what they have to do is they should focus on studying each student individually. So all the answers are given clearly. That is option C. Why do we look for quick and easy ways? We look for quick and easy way because we lack patience and understanding. What is these? We lack patience and understanding. So that is option D. This is question number 22, option D. What does the passage highlight as the quality of a parent? Naturally, what does the parent supposed to do? Basically, the parent is supposed to observe, study peculiarities, isn't it? So, they should not look the child as a prism of an ideal. That is the opposite. They observe mood and peculiarities. That is question number 23, option B. And as per their ambitions, again is opposite. We have already answered this in question 20 and 21. While in option D, the first part is correct, the second part is incorrect. So the correct answer will be option B. And what is the opposite of volatile? The last question from my side for the day. All of these are the opposites. Stable is correct, steady is correct, constant is correct. So the correct answer will be option D. Very simple questions which you could have done even though you probably did not have a big grasp on vocabulary. So that is all from my side, barring one or two questions where I have shown you where the answers could vary. The section was doable. As I said, you could have easily gotten in the range of 20 to 22 marks. Thank you so much, children, and that's all from my side. Next, we are going to take up critical reasoning.
Go.
Evening everyone. Let's start off with the discussion of the current affairs section, also known as the RC section these days. So basically there were 28 questions and very similar to the last year, and out of these 28 questions there were 17 that were factual and 11 which were RC based. So we'll start off with the first passage, sir, Olympics.
Now this particular passage on Olympics, they asked questions which a few of them could be derived from the set that was given to you, and though we expected better questions to actually come from the Olympics section, but anyways, I mean, what we have in front of us are very, very basic questions, and I think one should have got all rights in this. If anyone has seen any of a YouTube video on the Olympics section, I think this thing was pretty well covered, and we've also covered this in the classes. Now, if you look at the first one, India won a back-to-back Olympics hockey medal. So this was, the answer would be none of these for this. We won the Olympics, the 2020, I mean, we got a bronze medal in that. And similarly this year at the Paris Olympics, we got a bronze medal. And just to give you a little background about the Olympics, we have won 8 golds in hockey Olympics in men's, and 6 of them were back-to-back, starting from 1928, and it was back-to-back 6 golds. And the last hockey gold that we won was in 1980. After that, the first bronze medal was at the Tokyo Olympics, and then it was at the Paris Olympics, right? So that was question number 1. The second question is asking you about, according to the passage, what is the peculiarity of the Paris Olympics? Now, if you, again, this question could have been done by just going through the passage. Number 1, COVID has ended, so it is a kind of an inference from there that international post-pandemic shift. The second one is the opening ceremony took place for the first time outside, which was Seine River, where the opening ceremony happened. And it's one of the most elaborate cultural rituals. Now, it's a very subject. If you look at option number A and C, they're very subjective, which could be analyzed from the passage itself. And B is where you have to use some kind of an outside knowledge. You should know about it because it was done in Seine River. So the answer for this would be D. In fact, if you know that A and C are right, even if you don't know that it was organized, on the Seine River, you could have still got D right, because 2 of the options are subjectively correct, right? So answer would be D for this, right? And this was the 33rd edition of the Olympics. The next one is, which of the following supports the geopolitical background? Now, geopolitical backdrop. Now, Priyanka, can you just explain what geopolitical backdrop is? Because this is a key word here, and that's the reason the answer to this would be option number A. So, understanding the meaning of geopolitical is important, because it's not about the political stability of French government. There is a problem because there was EU elections. So in a way, C is correct, but it doesn't fit into the geopolitical backdrop thing. Even the immigration issue in UK, in Europe, is an issue, right? But it won't fall in the category of the geopolitical background. So can you just explain what geopolitics is?
Yeah, sure, sir. So geopolitics in very, very simple language, if our neighbors were not China and Pakistan, and they were maybe Israel and Iran, our politics, our entire polity would be extremely different from what it is right now. So because of your geography, because of your neighboring countries, your polity or the structure of your government or the functions of your government differ. So that is what this question was asking about, and also the answer is very much there in the passage. So I think you should have got this correct.
Yeah. The next one, please. The question is asking, which of the following is true? Now, again, a very subjective type of question. Better, it is less of GK and more of reading comprehension here. The Tokyo Olympics was better than Beijing Olympics. Spectators thronged for a post-COVID. Again, it could be just inferred from the passage here. And because of whatever geopolitical issue that's happening, Therefore, it was unaffected by conflicts in a region. Therefore, the answer to this would be all of the above. Again, so I won't call it a GK question here. It is more of a reading comprehension question, right? The next one now. The highest Olympic medal tally for India was in the Tokyo Olympics, where we won 7, right? And that's also the Olympics in which we got our first gold medal in athletics, in which Neeraj Chopra got a gold in javelin, right? And this wasn't the first gold that India has won. India has won a gold in 2008 when Abhinav Bindra got a gold in shooting, right? So this one is, again, we got 7 medals in the Tokyo Olympics, right? And this time was 6. So our best was last time. Where is the opening ceremony of, so this is a Seine river, right? So this is the second longest river of France where the opening ceremony was held, right? So again, not a very difficult question. So I would just put this in a very easy category. Olympics was something that, we have been doing this in sessions, multiple sessions, and this was one of the most basic questions that could be asked there, right? In fact, I expected them to ask in Olympics about Manu Bakar winning, about about Fogart, about the Swapnil, winning a bronze in the shooting. So they didn't ask any questions with respect to who were the medal winners. Even Paralympics was completely ignored. I mean, we got 18th ranking in that with 28 medals, but that was completely ignored in that, right? So this is, so I would say, as far as the first passage goes about Olympics, a very, very basic passage, which in terms of a difficulty level out of 5, I would just put it at 1 out of 5 in terms of difficulty level, and you should have got all of them right. Okay. Next is BRICS. Again, very basic questions that were asked, and most of the questions could be interpreted from the passage itself. We know that the 16th BRICS summit happened in Kazan in Russia. The last time 15th BRICS summit was in South Africa. And but again, the kind of questions that were asked were absolutely pathetic questions. So the 16th BRICS summit, number one, they, if you look at it again, what were the issues that we discussed? One was, there was definitely a dialogue between India and China because we tried to resolve the border issues with them. So C is definitely right. We are talking about BRICS currency now. So that was again discussed. And B is something that is a global phenomena. Everyone is talking about it, that how do we de-escalate the tensions which is between Russia and Ukraine because of the war. So answer would be D in this case, right? So again, more of a reading comprehension question and not typically a knowledge testing question. Now, I mean, we have really moved beyond BRICS and we're discussing about 5 new members that have joined, Argentina not joining, 5 other members, where Saudi Arabia's membership is still in the pendency stage. But again, they did not ask anything with respect to that. They just asked about the S in that. So obviously BRICS was formed in the year 2009 and the first meeting was held in Russia, and the following year in 2010 South Africa joined, right? And South Africa is also the place, like I mentioned, where you had the 15th BRICS summit, right? So next one, please. Now, the Big Cat Alliance. Now, this is an initiative which was taken by Prime Minister Modi and the then President of France, right, Holland, and they discuss about. Actually, Big Cat Alliance is about. I was talking about Solar Alliance, in fact. So, Big Cat Alliance was initiative which was taken last year on account of 50th year of Project Tiger. So that topic is very important, and India is spearheading this, and so we are talking about the following cats in this. We are talking about lion, we are talking about tiger, we are talking about snow leopards, we are talking about cheetah, we are talking about jaguars, we are talking about puma, and we are talking about one more, leopard. Right? So 7 of them, out of which jaguars, puma you don't find in India, cheetahs we have got from Africa, so 5 of them. So answer for this would be Delhi, D. right?
It's actually quite disheartening to see all of these questions. We went ahead and spoke about the snow leopard survey and where do you find them maximum, and the national symbol of Kyrgyzstan, and God knows what all we've done with respect to the snow leopard, and this is what they asked.
718 snow leopard in India, but again a very basic question, so good for them who did not really prepare for GK. Which statement reflects a critique from the Western economy? So again, if you look at it, if you go through the passage, this question could have been solved. BRICS currency, now what would a critique do? A critique would discuss something against BRICS. If you look at the options, right, they all, I mean, option number A, B, and D talk about how bad BRICS is. I mean, that is why the answer would be D in this case, right? In fact, I expected them to ask better questions on BRICS. You know, they could have asked about the contingency reserve fund, right? They could have asked about the new members joining in.
New development
bank.
New
development bank. They could have spoken about the establishment of new development bank. Who is heading the new development bank? Where is the headquarters? Where is the headquarters of BRICS? But nothing like that. It was simply reading comprehension here. The emergence of BRICS signals. Now, what are we looking in terms of BRICS? Are we looking at the Asian consolidation of economic power? A. Let's look at diminishing European dominance. The third one is revival of non-aligned movement. Now, this is an option that should give you a clue that we are going to look for the best option here. So it is not diminishing European dominance, right? We are not talking about Asian consolidation, right? Because you're also talking about South Africa. So why will we talk about Asian consolidation? Why will we talk about Asian consolidation when BRICS is also a member of it, right? So therefore, the answer to this would be a geopolitics without US dominance. If you look at contingency reserve fund, why are we looking at that? Because that's a counter mechanism to IMF, right? Similarly, the new development bank is a counter to a World Bank, right? So we're looking at alternatives here. So the answer to that, I think that's vanished, is geopolitics. Next one, the emergence of BRICS signals. We have done this. 35th is done. The next one, which of the following is an outcome of the 16th BRICS meeting? Proposal to end the Russia-Ukraine war. Okay, let's move ahead. To expand BRICS by including Scandinavian. Why would we include Scandinavian countries? You know, if you're looking at Scandinavia, we're talking about Norway, Finland, Sweden. No, we are not talking about that. To recognize China's claim of Taiwan. No, it's not talking about that. Reducing tension between India. This is one of the important outcomes because the border disputes that we had, to a lot of extent, we have been solved it, and that's been in news for the last couple of months. Therefore, the answer to this will be Delhi. So anybody who's been reading about what's happening between India and China in terms of de-escalation of tensions, this is as a result of the BRICS meeting that has happened, right?
In fact, these questions are like very, very easier versions of what we did in the score booster session right at the end of the preparation. So, so this one is with respect to Jammu and Kashmir. Why is it relevant? It's absolutely relevant because the recently appointed Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir is the first one to take an oath, you know, on the Indian constitution instead of the Jammu and Kashmir constitution. In fact, ever since the special status of Jammu and Kashmir under Article 370 has been abrogated, this is the first time that the Legislative Assembly elections of Jammu and Kashmir has taken place. So this was a very, very obvious thing. Again, we went into the entire depth of the topic. What I'd like to talk about right now is I'm addressing all the students who are feeling really bad that they have done so much and they ended up, you know, Clat ended up asking them such easy questions. I don't think any kind of knowledge goes to waste. Let's see what AILET does. Hopefully, I mean, they will give a better paper in terms of general knowledge and current affairs, but this is what they have done. Right, so let's talk about this one. What is Article 370? I think everyone should know about it. Everyone would know about it. It's rather simple. This is basically the special status given to the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, the kids who got it incorrect and who were talking about, you know, whether Jammu and Kashmir is still a state or not, it's very clearly written that it was the erstwhile state, and I'm guessing you have not made that error, but if in case you have, it's very important to also read the question, and sometimes you get the answer right from the question, right? So the Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Act of 2019 divided the erstwhile, again it says erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir into which of the following So this is obviously 2 union territories, UT of Jammu and Kashmir, UT of Ladakh. I think this was also mentioned right here, UT of Ladakh and UT of Jammu and Kashmir. And I think in most of our passages, we also tried to put the answers right there in the passage, looking at the trend of last year. So the kids who were reading the passages, they would have gotten it correct. I think it's a very, very basic thing. You should have anyway gotten it correct, but yeah.
So the first one was RC again,
yes,
because it was mentioned right in the first passage.
Absolutely.
Para.
Absolutely. So which of the following UTs has a legislative assembly? If you have a little bit of an idea with respect to the legislative assembly elections of Jammu and Kashmir, you would know the answer. In fact, we've taken an entire special session on union territories and how certain union territories, namely Delhi, Puducherry and Jammu and Kashmir, have their own legislative assembly. We even in fact went on to talking about, what are the matters that they can make laws on and what are the matters that they can't make laws on, but this is what they make out of it. So which of the following UTs has a legislative assembly? It's rather simple. This is Jammu and Kashmir. Again, a very, very easy question. How many states and UTs are present in India? 28 states and 8 union territories. I think this is one of the videos on the schedules of the constitution, which is available on the LMS. वैसे भी it is a very, very simple question, but in case you wouldn't have done it, you would have gotten from there. Which among the following is the capital city of the UT of Ladakh? I would have rather liked it if they would have asked about the new districts that were carved in Ladakh, but well, they have asked this beautiful question. The answer is Leh. I'm sure all of you know about it. Changthang, Dras, Nubra, Sham. These were certain districts that were carved out, but well, that was not really the question. Which of the following is false, they say? So Kargil was a former union territory. It never was. It was a part of the state of Jammu and Kashmir, and now it's a part of UT of Ladakh. Ladakh is administered by the J&K Assembly. Absolutely not. It is an entire union territory, and of course they are demanding for a statehood and all of that. But as of now, it's a UT which is taken care of by the LG of Ladakh. 15 new districts were formed to be a part of J&K. I mean, of course, even if we
two
know
are wrong,
that,
A and B are wrong,
exactly.
so answer has to be Delhi in this.
Correct.
D.
Correct. So even if you did not know that C was incorrect, you would have anyway gotten to the right answer. Now, this particular thing was entirely RC. I'll tell you, I'll try to say a little positive things about Clat as well. I think this particular topic was basically asked because, and I've mentioned it before also, that our Union Finance Minister had spoken about 4 new castes: Garib, Andata, Yuva, Nari. I think Nari Shakti is the theme of this particular year, and basically that is why they've asked this question. Maybe they've also asked this question because the recent amendment of the constitution was the 106th constitutional amendment, and which is why they've asked this question. So they say the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam 2023, when will it come into force? Again, a session that was taken in one of our online special sessions, wherein we had spoken about the fact that after a census there has to be a delimitation, only and only then will it come into effect. And so hence the answer here should be none of the above, because this one talks about all states and UTs approving it. That makes no sense, right? Come into force from January 2025 makes no sense. Only census is not going to do it. It has to be after the census. There has to be a delimitation. They have to redraw all of the constituencies. After that it will come into effect, which will be way ahead, right? That depends upon when do they conduct the census next. Now this
44 and 45 both were reading comprehension questions here.
Completely. So they have literally just like written down the
They
answers.
have written that, and you would know that the answer is D for this, 44D.
Correct.
And similarly, the next one is Soumya Bhavik is again, it's clearly mentioned in the passage here, fulfill a descriptive representation. Priyanka, how about using these GK passages for RC mocks?
Yeah, that would be really nice.
That would be
I
really
think,
nice, yeah. I mean,
I
they're
think
just giving us some cues that how to use GK passages, for developing reading comprehension.
In fact, the reading comprehension is what the other mentors are saying was very, very easy.
Yeah.
The RC questions in GK were sort of tough.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I think they should, in fact, they should say that there are no 5 sections. It's just quant and then reading comprehension. Basically, that is what they have asked this year. And this one over here, again, it is mentioned. So Article 330, Clause A and 332 is talking about women reservation.
So clearly mention the passage again.
Yes, absolutely. And so the answer is D, none of the above. Now this one over here is civil disobedience movement. I think over the years, for the past 2-3 years, they've been asking at least one passage from modern history. So if we talk about last year, it was Jallianwala Bagh massacre. And last year they were talking about parliament and the new parliament building and the old parliament building. So over here, I feel they've asked the civil disobedience movement because it's related to Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi was in news because, well, when Sonam Wangchuk went on a 21-day climate fast, he mentioned Mahatma Gandhi and he mentioned that he went on a 21-day climate fast during the Quit India movement. And again, something that you've done from the modern history classes on your LMS. And again, I would like to tell the future aspirants as well, take a cue from this and don't ever leave out modern history. I think that is one of the important ones because that is what they are asking. Having said that, this was entirely RC, right? So, which
even
event?
Last year they had a question on
Jallianwala Bagh.
Jallianwala Bagh.
Right.
So modern history is something that we have to do.
Yes, yes, sir. So, which event in Indian history marked the beginning of the civil disobedience movement? Obviously, it was the Dandi March. Right, and this is something which is very basic. Which of the following is true in context of the civil disobedience movement? Well, the Indian industrialists were concerned of the disruption of their business because obviously, well, they were in fact involved in it later, but initially they were a little weary about it because it would impact their business.
This is again mentioned in the passage here.
It is also mentioned in the passage, exactly. So, which of the following was the predicament of Congress?
Again mentioned in the passage.
Again, RC, absolutely RC. So this is lots of faith by marginalized sections in Congress.
Come back to the previous one, please.
Yes.
Yeah, so you can just tell them where it is marked.
I think there is a little bit of a line where they're talking about workers did not participate in the civil disobedience selectively. Some ideas like boycott of this. So you can derive it from here.
No, there's a clear mention. I'll just tell you where it is. Just move aside, Priyanka.
Reluctant to... I know it is
the
there.
last line, the second passage, last line, if you see, it felt that this would alienate. The second passage, last line, this one, and the last line. It felt that this would alienate industrialists and divide the anti-imperial forces. So I think the answer to this should be A. Danger of division of opposition.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
The answer to this
is
will
A.
be
Danger
A
of
in
division
this.
of opposition
because it's
to
clearly
the government.
mentioned. If you look at the
correct.
second passage, last line, that one is mentioned. Danger of division of opposition to the British government.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Thank you. Which of the following statement is correct with reference to the civil disobedience movement? It encouraged militancy amongst workers is incorrect. This is B. Bombay. Absolutely very, very simple because you know that it started off with the Dandi March. Which among the following mass movements were supported by the Indian industrialists? In fact, it is mentioned in the passage. So
The entire
I think
passage
this
is about it.
The entire passage is about this civil disobedience movement. In fact, even last year when there was a passage on Chandrayaan 3, the question was which institution is related to Chandrayaan 3 and the answer was ISRO.
Wow, that's a difficult
Beautiful.
one.
I don't know why we don't think of that. We should make mocks on that
delete
line.
kar do usko pura.
Hanji. Yes. So, which of the following can be considered as a major outcome of the civil disobedience movement? So over here, partial support of the working, all of the above is absolutely right. In fact, it is all mentioned over here. Even the female, so 1,000 of women came out, and we've already spoken about the workers.
Again, a reading comprehension thing. If you read the passage, you could have got this right. That's about it.
And that's about it. That was current affairs and general knowledge.
You've already told them as to what a good GK score would be, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
23 to 24.
Out of 28 is what you should be looking at, because if you look at the breakup, about 16 questions were there where you needed the prior knowledge, and about 12 questions where it was absolutely mentioned. So it was purely reading comprehension there. So I think the decision on what a good versus a bad score is that those 16 questions in which you have a little bit of prior knowledge would play a pivotal role in how good you score in the GK section. So what I feel is that the normal curve here, max Janta would be somewhere in the range of 16 to 17 in GK
Absolutely.
if they have done the comprehension part well. But what is going to make the difference is those 5 or 6 questions here. So GK can make a difference of about 6 to 7 in this Clat paper with those 16 questions. But I wish that Clat, authorities, would have made better passages. There were better events. 90th, I don't want to tell them as to what kind of questions
Judiciary.
they could have. 75 years of Supreme Court, the 75
NATO.
years of NATO, 90 years of
Warsaw
RBI,
Pact,
Warsaw
CSTO.
Pact. There were so many things that were around, and but unfortunately, the kind of paper that they made for GK was, in one word, I would describe it as terrible. It was more of a reading comprehension section. You can't have RC if you're putting a GK section. A GK section has to be a GK section, right? So that students who have really prepared hard for almost a year, 2 years, right? And putting in the effort, understanding the concept really well, and such lame questions, that doesn't really do justice according to me, right? And it doesn't do justice to teachers like us who are putting in our sweat, giving in our best inside the classroom, and guiding them. So I wish they make better paper, and I have huge expectations from ALET. Last year also, ALET did not disappoint us. In fact, last year also, the paper, ALET has been making excellent papers. So I still feel that ALET keeps us employed.
Yeah, it does.
By calling it a GK section, right?
I think let's wait till Sunday.
All right. Okay, guys, thank you very much. And I wish that, both of us wish that you guys ace the GK section and the Clat paper. Yes. And all the best to CPNs. We look forward to you guys cracking the examination. All right?
All the best, guys.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
One, go.
Hi everyone. So we are on to the logical reasoning section. As discussed in the overall overview, we said that much of the questions were specific detail. The answers to the correct answers to the questions were right there in the passage. So I think we are solving set O right now, and the first passage in this set is that consultant 1. So while I was reading this passage and the first few lines, I thought that maybe it's a business decision making passage, as was asked in Clat 2024. But yes, it wasn't, and it was one of the easiest passages to solve. So we were given this overall idea of change management and what's the role of a consultant when the company is undergoing some change, right? For, let's say, to improve efficiencies across, for their objectives, end goals, and to how to sort of reorient themselves and identify the lacuna, right? The inherent flaws in the system, and how to go about solving them, increasing efficiencies, right? So as I said, much of the passage is pretty easy to read, right? So some important points. This might entail operations such as logistics redesign. So there's some kind of list, and whenever there's a list, expect a question on the list, okay? So logistics redesign, business process reengineering, adopting new applications, systems, or even community relation programs, all of this, right? And then people management is a critical component, and the author spends some time on people management. It says to offer orientation and create resources to explain the changes to the group and make it comfortable with the shift. So if the company is undergoing a transformation, right, then we'll have to involve all key stakeholders. So the consultant's role is not only suggesting the changes to be made, but also being able to communicate those changes to everyone, right? the management, the employees, and everyone who's a stakeholder. Okay? So we're doing question number 85. What is the primary responsibility of you being a company's efficient consultant? This is a pretty easy one. Option A, I think, analyzing the organization's structure, processes, and market position. Everything else can easily be ruled out. So question number 85, we're going with A. Okay, I'll write it here also. A on this one. '86. Okay, so with whom does a consultant work closely to understand a company's goals and challenges? So again, this could have been answered without going back to the passage, but there is a specific line wherein it said that it does so by closely interacting with the company's management and different sections to decipher their objectives, all of this, right? So option B is correct on question number 86. All right. 87. Imagine yourself as a consultant, and I'll keep clearing the screen to avoid any confusion. Imagine yourself as a consultant and find what methods you'll use to develop customized solutions. Okay. Intuition and guesswork is clearly out. So there's that little sort of essence of business decision making, but then all the answers are right there in the passage, right? So it's less of course of action, it's more of inference. Intuition and guesswork is out, social media trends is out, random selection is out, option D is correct. 88. Which of the following might a consultant optimize to improve company efficiency? Office decoration is out, and there was a point on logistics. There was this list, right? I was telling you a little while earlier that logistics, right? The list, expect a question. If there is a list in the passage, we expect a question on the list. So we have a question on the list. So logistics, supply chain management, employee dress code is out, lunch menus is out, 88 is B. '89. Why is communication the most relevant thing for a consultant? Right? It said somewhere to offer orientation, as in some training, orientation towards the new things, create resources to explain the changes to the group, and make it comfortable with the shift, right? To ensure all stakeholders understand the proposed changes. That is a pretty obvious one. Organize consumer meets, update the company website, manage the human resources. All can easily be ruled out. Option A is correct. Right. So I think this is the last one on this passage. What additional support might a consultant provide to help the team adapt to the new processes? And this is again option B is a pretty straightforward one. Planning a retreat for the team members. It might just look good in the first glance. But as soon as I come across option B, training and support, it's a far better option than option A. So option B in favor of A, then C says personal counseling, mental health programs, all of that is pretty, we can easily rule them out. Option B is correct. Right. So we are on the second passage. Okay, so this one I think is on homelessness, and this was the passage which had this figure Was this the one? Yeah, I think it's the one. Oh, I think that one was the American thing, homelessness. I think this one is the lifestyle and mental well-being. Yeah, lifestyle and mental well-being. Right? So it starts by saying India is poised for rapid economic growth, potentially spurred by a young population driving production and demand. That's the good part. In the process, inevitably, lifestyles are being dramatically altered for the worse, and this sets the tone for the passage, right? So many things are given. In the absence of extensive data, the role of these factors on mental well-being, encompassing our full range of mental capability, was not well understood until now. And as soon as I read this statement, I understand there is going to be some study which will be cited in the passage. And of course, we have that study here. Recent findings based on a large database of over 150,000 individuals in India are beginning to shed light on correlates of mental well-being about adolescents. And then they have detailed it out, right? So there was this problem number one, extensive unhindered use of mobile phones, number one. And then there was a point on consumption of ultra processed foods, right? And there was also, the author also touched upon a certain point, and we have a question on that, which was we'll come to the question, right? As of now, I can't really locate it in the passage, but yes, when we'll do that question, I'll be able to, cite it in the passage. But let's answer the 91st one here. Based on the above passage, which of the following should be the most suitable title for that passage? And this is a pretty straightforward one, lifestyle and mental health. We do have an option in B which says economic growth and mental health. Of course, there's a discussion on economic growth, but that's not the focus of the passage. It's more of background information in the passage, right? The focus is lifestyle and mental health. So we are going with A here. A, I'll also mark it here, option A. Consider the given statement, technology is an improved means to an unimproved end. Okay, so this line was given in the passage, and the options, maybe while I was doing this question, I was not very sure as to how to pick the correct option here. But if we read it in context of the passage, right, and we'll read it from somewhere here, right? So it says these gadgets are handed to adolescents presumably more out of convenience than sound logic. So that's a problem. The American philosopher David Henry remarked over 175 years ago, technology is an improved means to an unimproved end. Now, immediately after that, the author says this is an extreme positioning, one worth mulling. Right? What does this line mean? This is an extreme positioning, one worth mulling, right? So the author is saying there's this problem with extensive use of mobile phones, extensive use of technology, especially in the case of adolescents, unhindered use of mobile phone, unhindered use of technology, that is a problem, right? And then the author presents this statement, and then the author follows it up by saying, although it is an extreme position, but it is worth considering, right? So it's an extreme position, but something to ponder on. The author would agree, maybe he does not entirely, or he or she does not entirely agree with that positioning, but then it is somewhere in line of what the passage is, or what the author is trying to drive home. So author बोलना चाहता है कि technology extensive use of technology is a problem, extensive use of mobile phones is a problem, और उसको लेकर एक extreme position है, which may be extreme, but still it's worth pondering on, right? So it is an exaggerated, or let's say extreme case of what the author is arguing for, that technology is a problem. Technology, extensive, unhindered use of technology is a problem, and this is an exaggerated version of this position, right? So let's look at the options, right? A says new technologies have to be accepted by primarily focusing on its positive results. Now, have to be accepted. अगर ये statement इतना harmless, innocuous सा idea के लिए दिया होता, तब author इसको ये नहीं बोलता कि ये extreme positioning है, right? अगर extreme positioning है, it has to convey an extreme idea. अगर इतना as I said, इतना harmless, innocuous सा idea है, तो ये extreme positioning से align नहीं कर रहा है, तो इसलिए A is out. Let's look at B. New technologies create a hindrance to the physical health of an individual. Okay, so new technologies create some problem. Option B saying it creates some problem, but it becomes more specific than what's implied by the passage. ये physical health को एकदम specify कर रहा है. But the author again, using this statement is driving home a larger point, not just specific to physical health. So we'll also let go of B. C. Poor mental health is a result of the invention of new technologies. Again, a very specific thing to say. The author's point is much larger. कि technology है ना, it has an inherent problem, right? It has an inherent problem to it. So again, too specific, maybe we just keep it, right? D. New technology should be looked upon with skepticism, considering its negative impact. And this is like that, this is the statement that we need, right? It drives home that larger idea, and it is also, in line with what the author's point is. Ki technology is inherently problematic. Maybe the author is putting it in a more moderate way, ki unhindered use of technology is problematic, and the extreme sort of position on that is technology itself is inherently problematic, right? So option D looks like the best one, right? We're going with D. To interpret the meaning from, कि on the face of it क्या मतलब हो सकता है, अगर ऐसे आंसर करना था, right? कि technology is an improved means to an unimproved end. तो अगर केवल literal way में इसको interpret करें कि ठीक है, we have improved the way we are approaching our end goal. तो objective है, एक end goal है, तो जैसे उस end goal तक जा रहे हैं वो हमने बहुत efficient बना दिया through the use of technology. But that end goal itself may be problematic, unimproved end. कि ओके, मेरे को गोल 1 तक जाना था, तो गोल 1 तक जाने का जो प्रोसेस है वो मैंने एकदम अच्छा कर दिया, एफिशिएंट कर दिया, लेकिन वो गोल 1 in itself may not be a very noble cause or may not be that big a goal. Maybe, that, let's say, that valuable, that important to hold on to. तो गोल में ही शायद प्रॉब्लम है. आपने प्रोसेस बहुत अच्छा कर दिया, लेकिन वो शायद गोल जिसको हम चेस कर रहे हैं, that goal itself is rather vague, not something that creates a lot of value, right? तो वो थोड़ा literal way में ऐसे meaning था, and D aligns with that. New technologies should be looked upon with skepticism, right? Considering its negative impact, right? So option D, as I said, it could have been reached by elimination, or maybe just taking a calculated guess on the literal meaning of the statement. Okay, so 92 we are going with D. Maybe this was one of the good questions, amongst all. Which of the following statements strengthens the author's argument regarding the negative use of smartphones among the youth? Strengthens the argument, right? A says excessive use of smartphones may lead to weakened family relationships. That looks like a support. There has to be unhindered use of smartphones. Opposite. Smartphones have economic usefulness. Opposite. Ownership of smartphones at an early age results due to lack of care by parents. How the problem, what causes the problem will not strengthen it. हमको दिखाना है it's a problem. A shows, A supports, yeah, that's a problem. Problem hui kaise will not strengthen it, right? So D is out. A is correct. Which of the following can be a plausible solution for better mental well-being among the youth? So the solution will have to come from the passage itself. Problem बताया उसी से solution आना है. Limiting the correlation between physical and mental health. That makes no sense. Limiting the research on excessive use of smartphones. Why will anybody do that? B is out. Limiting the widespread consumption of ultra-processed food. Two problems, right? One was related to smartphone, excessive use of smartphone. Two, consumption of ultra-processed foods, right? So C looks good. Limiting the informed use of smartphones across informed use. That's what we would want to encourage, right? So D is out. Option C is correct. '95. Which of the following statements by the author lack credible evidence in the passage? Yeah, this was the question I was referring to. कि एक point था जो थोड़ा fleeting way में author ने बोला था, उस पर focus नहीं किया था, right? And it was somewhere here, right? Now we see it. So it says preponderance of English in schools, right? तो ऑथर ने इस पर ज़्यादा emphasize नहीं किया. It was just mentioned, right? Very sort of, as I said, very fleetingly, it was just mentioned. उसके लिए उस पर ज़्यादा focus नहीं किया. तो preponderance of English in schools की English is regarded as superior to, let's say, the local regional languages, right? That point. तो ये आंसर उसी से हो रहा है, lack credible evidence, right? जिसके लिए evidence नहीं दिया है. Excessive mobile usage के लिए दिया है, A is out. Providing mobiles to adolescents resulting in mental stress, that is given. Students learning the English language have weakened family relationships, इसके लिए evidence ज़्यादा नहीं दिया है, right? C looks good. Inadequate sleep and junk food वो भी दिया हुआ है. Option C is correct. Are we on? This is the same passage. Which of the following statements by the author lack credible evidence in the passage? We have already done this. We have done this. I think there's a repeat that has happened. Let's move on to the next one. This is the new passage, I think. Yeah. So India is poised for rapid economic growth. Oh, same passage, sorry. The gadgets are handed to adolescents, presumably more out of convenience than sound logic. More out of convenience than sound logic. Logic, option A says logic prevails over reasoning. Prevails over reasoning, that is out. Logic and emotions go hand in hand. तो यहाँ पे convenience हो गया कि it sort of more of a utility, right? We are sort of putting utility over logic, right? Convenience हो गया कि life आसान कर देता है या will be easy to communicate. Maybe it will be easy for the parent to communicate with the adolescent, right? So to facilitate that, smartphones are excessively used. But yes, it beats logic according to the passage, right? So C comes the closest, logic taking a back seat over utility. Option C looks good. D, logic and benefits can never be understood together. ये भी बेकार है, right? It makes no sense. C is correct here. Option C. Right, this is the passage on homelessness. And in this passage, we had this problematic, as in a problematic question on the figures, right? We'll come to that later. But yes, this one is on homelessness, and it was given that homelessness was originally believed to be a cultural problem, right? specific to some cultures, but is now revealing itself as a global problem. It is a problem suffered by all of humanity and must be faced and solved as such. Treat it as a global problem, not specific to a certain culture or some cultures. Although this problem exists everywhere, it is more severe in certain parts of the world. Due to differing circumstances of homelessness around the world, there can be, and this again becomes the author's point, there can be no one solution or one set of guidelines for everyone to follow. So the solutions will have to be customized to that, for that certain region, for that culture, for that country. Okay? And then it gives us the scenario in United States, and it picks up a country which is regarded to be the most developed country, the wealthiest country, and tells us how the situation of homelessness also sort of is a problem in that country, right? And gives us certain figures and tells us that how some external events like COVID-19 pandemic and economic fallout, how they aggravate this problem further, right? The problem of homelessness further. And so from COVID-19, there were two things given. Number one was the general economic fallout, right? And we were not able to provide resources to the homeless people, United States, right? And the second one was because there was social distancing in place. So for example, there is a place, right? There is a place where all homeless people are accommodated, right? Now in that same space, less number of people will be accommodated because we'll have to follow those social distancing rules, right? So that is another problem, right? Those have been discussed. But primarily we understand the passage is on that homelessness is a global problem, right? For the above paragraph, which of the following statements is true? A. When people in industrialized civilizations think of homelessness, they generally imagine third world countries where poverty is rampant. We don't know that actually, and especially when it is said with so much certainty. When people in industrialized civilizations think of homelessness, they imagine third world countries. We don't know that for sure, and especially it can't be said generally of all people कि जब भी वो सोच रहे हैं regarding homelessness, the picture is third world country. Maybe that's the case for many of them, or let's say for the most of them, but is that the case every time? We don't know for sure from the passage. So A is out. B says generally the impoverished are thought to exist in third world countries only, right? And again, it's more to do with homeless people. And even if we sort of, assume that homeless and impoverished go hand in hand, but then this word only makes it more exaggerated than what the passage is implying, right? The impoverished are thought of to exist in third world countries only, but they are present. So maybe we agree with this part, they are present even in the largest cities of the world, but then we don't know generally this is the perception, right? Maybe the perception is that generally we think that the problem of homelessness is more widespread in certain countries, in third world countries, than it is in the developed countries. Maybe we are, that's the general belief, but that it only exists in third world countries is extreme, as I said, right? So B is out. Homelessness increases due to major turbulence on the economic and cultural aspects, and this is given to us, right? So option C here is correct. Economic fallout हुआ, COVID-19 and the cultural aspects have been discussed. Author ने बोला था कि cultural it's not only cultural aspects, but of course cultural aspects are there, right? So option C is correct. We're going with C. There are several causes of homelessness. Which of the following is least likely a cause of homelessness? Least likely, right? Violence in the home, could lead to homelessness. Loss of job, yes. Reason, substance abuse given. Proper health care, how can that be a cause for homelessness? D is correct, pretty straightforward. Homelessness in case of mental illness can be amplified because of the following reason. This one was a little sort of vague. It said can be amplified. Amplified का यहाँ पे मतलब ले लेते हैं aggravated, कि homelessness, that problem, that crisis aggravates, right? In case of mental illness, how and why, right? We're looking at plausible reasons. A says the stress of being homeless may exacerbate previous mental illness and encourage anxiety, fear, depression, sleeplessness, and substance use. Okay, so the stress of, तो पहले बोला कि mental illness, right? It sort of becomes a reason for homelessness. Mental illness or lack of mental health services. यहाँ पे दिया हुआ था. Yes, this was exactly the line. Lack of mental health services causes homelessness, and it in turn, so homelessness in turn aggravates the problem of mental illness and encourages anxiety. So it feeds in back to homelessness. So it becomes sort of a vicious cycle. Ki lack of mental services, good mental health services, homeless exacerbates the problem of mental illness, and since there is a lack of proper facilities, and it aggravates the problem of homelessness in turn, right? So it forms that vicious sort of loop. Okay, so A looks good. Now before we discuss B and C came close, but as I said, they were vague to an extent, right? So in this particular question, we are, we don't have one particular view that one option is correct. So we are giving two options here, and it becomes a toss of coin, because I don't think there is much logic to be applied, because as I said, the statements in B and C are vague to a point. But let's look at B. People with mental illness remain homeless for longer periods of time and have less contact with family and friends. This also looks like feeding back into the loop. Ki mental illness, homeless for longer durations, maybe that exacerbates the problem of mental illness, and they continue to remain homeless, right? So it aggravates the problem. So B looks good, but as I said, people with mental illness remain homeless for longer periods of time. It may not also feed the loop, right? But then, as I said, थोड़ा vague है, consider कर लेते हैं. C, poor mental health predisposes individuals to homelessness, and homelessness exposes individuals further to particularly severe health problems. So this also points to that loop, कि they are already more exposed to this problem of homelessness, and homelessness again aggravates, the health issues. And health issues, there is lack of mental health services, and feeds back into the loop of and aggravates that crisis of homelessness, right? So, A looks very good, C looks good, B not that great, but then we have all of the above. So I'm more inclined towards D here, but if one were to say कि B बहुत खराब है, just gun at your head and choose between A and C, then I'll pick A over C. So for me, it is between D and A, but I'm more inclined to believe that D is the correct option. Okay. Homelessness in reference to the above paragraph can be observed most closely in the form of, right? So again we are going back to the passage. यहाँ पे दिया हुआ था the causes vary depending on the place and person. Common reasons include a lack of affordable housing. They are not able to, purchase or buy those houses. Poverty, lack of mental health services, right? And two options that come close here are poor prospects for employment, right? How does it, maybe it wants to ask you, how does it manifest itself, right? So the two options that can really go out without much ado are A and B, but it does come close between C and D, because D also, although they have misspelled medical here, but we can we ignore that, right? We say inadequate medical services. So lack of mental health services and inadequate medical services look very close, right? And of course, poor prospects for employment, we can imagine, affordable housing becomes a problem, poverty, results. So again, we are not giving you one sort of definite answer here. It is between C and D. And in this case, I'll say, I'm split. And again, as we had discussed in the overview, there are some of these vague questions to be tackled. Always, in all years, we have faced these questions. So in this particular question, C or D, both could be correct. Okay. And this was the other sort of, I would say, incorrect question. तो यहाँ पर हमें दिया हुआ था, जो हमने डिस्कस किया, 580,000, right? So we understand this is an international place value system, कि जहाँ पर 100,000 है, फिर million है, फिर 100 million है, फिर billion है. Indian place value system में lakhs है, फिर crores है, फिर 100 crores है, right? So we understand the two systems. यहाँ पे लिखा है कि currently experiencing homelessness on any given day, we need something close to this, and we have no option. So what I think is they got confused, and in making that transition from, I don't know, maybe they do not, whoever has said this passage do not fully understand the international place value system, and it's hard to imagine that, but that's what the error here is. They wanted to say more than 5.50 or let's say 550,000, right? 550,000 is what they wanted to say, but they have given 5.5 million, and the closest to 580,000 would be a million, but that will again be almost the double. So this is an incorrect one. So I think I won't give an answer to this one, and I hope that they take back this question, they give a mark to everyone, or they withdraw the question, right? So this is incorrect. Which of the following is not a myth? One second. Which of the following is not a myth about people experiencing homelessness? Not a myth. Something that is correct. People who are homeless choose to be so by themselves. We don't know that. Nothing of this sort. So basically how I'm answering this question is something that gets inferred from the passage, that is given or given as a fact in the passage, right? A is out. People experiencing homelessness are lazy. Lazy, nothing of that sort is given. All people who experience homelessness are addicts. Out. People experiencing homelessness find it difficult to obtain a job. So it may look like that ये ऐसा कुछ बोल रहा है, those who are homeless find it difficult to obtain a job, but what I think they meant to say was कि people who find it difficult to find a job are, tend to become homeless, right? तो हो सकता है इसके phrasing में थोड़ा problem है, but it's still the best option out there. We're going with option D. All right. So done with this. I think this was the last question on this passage. And then we have this AR set, which was a problem, and we have drawn it here, the correct sort of how it should be, right? So we have used the information and we have been able to draw this. I think this is pretty sort of basic. जिसने एनालिटिकल रीजनिंग नहीं भी किया था क्लैट के लिए, कि वो तो A-लेट में आता है, क्लैट में नहीं आता, बट उनके लिए भी दिस वाज दिस रीचिंग दिस वुडंट हैव बीन दैट डिफिकल्ट, राइट? तो सारी इंफॉर्मेशन दी हुई है. व्हाट इज राकेश's पोजीशन विद रिस्पेक्ट टू रोहन? तो रोहन हमारे पास ये है और राकेश ये है, राइट? नाउ दे आर फेसिंग द सेंटर, राइट? तो रोहन के राइट से जाएंगे तो 1 2 3 4 5 6. डू वी हैव दैट? नो. रोहन के लेफ्ट से जाएंगे तो 1 2 3, राइट? लेफ्ट से 3 है, राइट से 6 है. कुछ भी नहीं दिया वहां पे, सो इनकरेक्ट. वी आर नॉट गिविंग एन आंसर टू दिस वन. एक ये दिया है 8 टू द राइट ऑफ राम. हमें राकेश का तो राइट में तो नहीं है, राइट में तो इमीडिएटली बाद में है. लेफ्ट से देखते हैं. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. ये वाला सही हो सकता था अगर यहां पे राइट की जगह लेफ्ट ऑफ राम दिया होता, बट दे हैव मेस्ड अप. वी आर नॉट गिविंग एन आंसर. अगेन वी होप दिस क्वेश्चन इज विड्रॉन. ओके. Who is third to the right of Mohan? Okay, Mohan is here, third to the right of Mohan. 1 2 3. We have Rohit here. 1 2 3. Rohit is not in the list. Not in the list, but we have none of these. We're going with D here. (105). Who is to the right of Rohan? ये 105 ही किया था हमने. मोहन था वो, राइट? रोहन आ गया. Who is fifth to the right of Rohan? 1 2 3 4 5. We have Ram. Do we have Ram in the list? We don't have. Incorrect. So 105 incorrect. Out. इसमें हमने कोई ऑप्शन मार्क नहीं किया. ठीक है, तो मे बी आई डू दिस. ओके. 106. Who is second to the left of Rakesh? I think we can continue with this wrong sign here क्योंकि यहां पे भी गलत है. ठीक है, तो who is second to the left of Rakesh? राकेश के लेफ्ट में सेकंड. One second, let's just, we have Rakesh, right? We are going like this, left. So left we have Sohan. Do we have Sohan in the list? We don't have Sohan in the list. So out. तो देखो यहाँ पे एक दिया हुआ है डेटा इनएडिक्वेट. डेटा इनएडिक्वेट नहीं है. डेटा है हमारे पास आंसर निकालने के लिए, हमने आंसर निकाला भी है, राइट? तो डेटा इनएडिक्वेट नहीं है. इट्स जस्ट दैट कि करेक्ट ऑप्शन नहीं है हमारे पास. सो आउट. 106 इज इनकरेक्ट, राइट? सोहन इज द करेक्ट ऑप्शन. इट्स नॉट देयर इन द लिस्ट. हु इज द इमीडिएट राइट ऑफ मोहित? आर वी गोइंग विद अनदर इनकरेक्ट वन? लेट्स सी. इमीडिएट राइट ऑफ मोहित. वेयर इज मोहित? राइट? इमीडिएट राइट ऑफ मोहित यहां पे सही है हमारा, राइट? इमीडिएट राइट सोहन. Oh yes, we have Sohan in the list. A is correct, right? Yes, 107 is A. 108. Who's third to the right of Sohan? I think we have another incorrect one here. Sohan is here, third to the right. 1 2 3. Suresh. Do we have Suresh in the list? we don't have Suresh in the list. Another incorrect question. So we have been able to identify at least 5 incorrect questions in this paper. और एक दो में थोड़ा वो वेग आंसर्स थे, इसीलिए हमने जो कट ऑफ दिया है लॉजिकल रीजनिंग का, वी हैवंट सॉर्ट ऑफ गिवन इट, क्योंकि बाकी क्वेश्चंस बहुत आसान है, लेकिन हाउ विल दे हैंडल दीज इनकरेक्ट क्वेश्चंस वी डोंट नो. ठीक है, तो हमारा शायद 17 से 18 गुड स्कोर था, कंसिडरिंग टेकिंग इनटू अकाउंट these incorrect questions, right? Okay, so I think that's it for the logical reasoning section, right? Next up is, I think, legal reasoning. Okay, so stay tuned for that. Thank you.
Ready. Live.
Good evening, everyone. And I think with all the other analysis up, we are here to analyze the legal reasoning section of the Clat paper. Right, now if you've watched the overall analysis, you have a brief idea of what actually came in the paper. A few surprises, because considering that generally the legal reasoning section with the new format since 2020 is supposed to be not knowledge based, only supposed to be inferred from the passage that underwent a lot of change with the paper. In fact, the very first passage that we will be doing today is going to be focused a lot on your legal knowledge, prior legal knowledge as it is called, rather than what is given in the passage. And also, there is a comeback, I would say, of passages which were based on static legal knowledge, passages which were not only based on what is happening around us. Now, in the last year's paper, we did not see too much of that, but this year there is a balancing act which the consortium has tried to achieve, right? So that balancing act basically is wherein you do have passages which are based on things which are happening. So we have Supreme Court judgments, we do have some bills, but we also have things like contract, constitution, intellectual property rights which are coming into the paper this time, right? So let's begin. I have Sana also here with me, I'm Neha, and both of us would be analyzing the paper, right? So here we are going to start off with the first passage. Now, as I mentioned, the first passage itself is little bit based on what you already know about the Indian Contract Act. Because if you have a look at the passage is trying to tell you what void agreements are, and the passage is also trying to tell you what voidable contracts are, right? So here, just a second, just change the color of my pen. Okay, so when I am looking at this particular passage, if you see the way these terms have been defined in the particular passage, all it says is these agreements cannot be fulfilled as they consist of illegal elements and they cannot be enforced even after subjecting it to both parties. So what exactly do they mean by illegal elements? That is something which is left in suspension. Furthermore, when they are talking about voidable contracts, what do they say? They say the agreement is initially enforceable. So to begin with, it is something which you can enforce, but it is later on denied at the option of either of the parties due to various reasons. Now, what are these various reasons? Again, something which the passage does not tell you very clearly. So, what are these reasons? What are these illegal elements? That is something which you are not very clear about, right? So, that is something which you keep in mind. Now, with that, let's start solving the questions. Now, when I look at the first question here, it says, which of the following best describes a void agreement? Now, this is fairly simple. It says an agreement that is valid. Now, if it is valid until declared invalid, it cannot be void, because void is something it cannot be enforced, right? If it cannot be enforced, that means it was never valid. In fact, in the second paragraph also, if you see, it says a void agreement is void ab initio.
इसका क्या मतलब हुआ कि भाई मेकिंग इट इम्पॉसिबल टू रेक्टिफाई, कि अब यहाँ पे भी देखो प्रिजम्पशन क्या है कि आपको थोड़ा आइडिया होगा कि वॉइड एब इनिशियो का क्या है, एंड दोस ऑफ यू हु डिड हैव दिस आइडिया वुड नो दैट वॉइड एब इनिशियो मीन्स दैट इट इज वॉइड फ्रॉम द वेरी बिगिनिंग, कि भाई वो कभी वैलिड था ही नहीं तो फिर वो अब क्या वॉइड होगा, राइट? सो दैट मेक्स यू negate option A. B says an agreement that has no legal effect from the beginning. Now this is something which looks good, right? Now somebody who already had an idea what void ab initio is meaning, so you would keep it open and you would want to mark B, which looks good to me. I'm keeping it open here. C says an agreement that is legally enforceable. अब भाई ये तो बिल्कुल ही opposite है to what a void agreement is. So this can clearly be negated. Then we have D. D says an agreement that can be enforced if one party chooses. Now one party chooses वाली बात तो यहाँ पे voidable में हो रही है, right? That is not when we are looking at a void agreement. So obviously D is also incorrect. So a correct answer here has to be option B. Okay. Now let's move forward to the next question. Now the next question here says contract between two parties to rob a bank and share the proceeds equally can be termed as. Now here if you look at the definition of a void agreement, it says they consist of illegal elements. Now here obviously if you are contracting, if you are making a deal that yes we are going to go ahead and rob a bank, that surely is not going to be something which is legal, right? It's clearly illegal, which takes us to option A being the correct answer. Clearly it's not valid since it's illegal. Voidable bhi nahi hoga because voidable is going on the presumption that to begin with it is valid, which is not the case here. Legally enforceable, obviously it would mean that it is a valid contract, which would be incorrect, right? So let's move forward. Okay, now the next it says an agreement made by an adult but involving a minor child where the signatory is a minor child himself. Now this question creates a doubt in your mind. Why? Because passage में हमारे पास कहीं भी minor के बारे में नहीं दिया है. Now the passage doesn't tell us that whether minority is something which would make you incapable of entering into a legally binding contract or not. That is something which is not provided to you anywhere in the passage. The only thing the passage says is consists of illegal elements. Now that might confuse you, and I'll tell you how you can eradicate that confusion also. Now here, since you studied contract law, you know that if it's a minor, the contract cannot be enforced because a minor is not capable of entering into a legally binding relationship. ठीक है? In fact, हम बोलते हैं कि भाई अगर कोई minor है, कोई person of unsound mind है, या somebody who's forbidden by law, then in all those cases, the contract is supposed to be void ab initio, right? Now with that knowledge in my mind, I know it cannot be valid. Those two options are out. B says voidable. Now voidable bhi nahi hoga because it is supposed to be void ab initio. Therefore the answer has to be option D. But during your exam, considering you have this entire thing which has been told to you generally by people, something which the Clat consortium has also published, that you do not use prior knowledge. So in a question like this, you are a little iffy about straight away going ahead and marking D. So what do? I move on to the next question. I see, can I get help from the next question? Maybe somewhere in the next question, I will get some clarity. Now when I look at the next question, what does it say? It says, which of the following scenarios would most likely result in a void agreement? ठीक है, अब देखते हैं कौन से 4 सिनेरियो हैं. पहला बोलता है an agreement signed by someone under duress. Now, duress is basically when you are forced to enter into an agreement. Now, if you are being forced to enter into an agreement, that agreement would not generally be valid. And where do we get that from the passage? Here, it says the party who is at the disadvantage due to any of these circumstances. अब ये क्या आ गया आपके पास? something which tells you भाई अगर duress के under है, so disadvantage में है party, the contract cannot be something which is valid, but it is not even something which is void, it is voidable. So therefore, A here cannot be your answer. B says a contract with mutually agreed terms to sell a house. Now there's nothing wrong with that, right? It's a normal regular sale which is being entered into. इसमें तो कुछ गड़बड़ नहीं है, तो ये भी आपका void नहीं होगा. Then you have C which says an agreement to pay 10 lakhs on getting a government job. अब होता क्या है? Under pressure. आप पढ़ रहे हो, आपने already इतने questions solve कर चुके हो paper में, and then you come across a statement like this. This statement has the ability to trick you. Why? Because when you read the statement, the first thing that comes into your mind is कि भाई ये तो bribery का केस है कि आपने 10 lakh rupees दिए हैं job के लिए. But that's not what the option is saying. Got to be careful. This is where, when in the beginning also when we were having the panel discussion about the overall paper, one thing I really focused on was the paper was slightly tricky in certain places. Now this is where they tried to pull a trick on you. Now if you look at the C option, it says an agreement to pay 10 lakhs on getting a government job. It didn't say for getting a government job. It didn't say that you had to pay 10 lakhs and then you will get the government job. No, ये क्या है? ये है आपका contingent contract कि भाई किसी uncertain event के ऊपर if your rights and liabilities are dependent, that doesn't make it void. Rather, it will be a valid contract. There's nothing illegal in giving money to somebody just because you got a job, right? Doesn't say why you're giving him. So therefore, C is also a valid contract, cannot be a correct answer, which takes us to the D option, which will also help you in arriving at an answer to your previous question. अब यहाँ पे सारे हमारे negate हो गए. D बचा है. D क्या बोल रहा है? D says a contract with a minor who understands the terms. भाई अगर माइनर के साथ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है, चाहे वो टर्म्स को अंडरस्टैंड करे, चाहे वो टर्म्स को ना अंडरस्टैंड करे, योर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कैन नेवर बी वैलिड. व्हाई? बिकॉज इट इज वॉइड ab initio, right? So in this particular circumstance, your correct answer is going to be option D, because all the others are negated, and which also solidifies your stance in the previous question, wherein, we had to look at the fact that since it's a minor, the contract will not be valid, right? So sometimes if you are confused, you don't have to mark the option right there. That is why, when you're filling the OMR sheets also, people ask, ma'am, should we fill in right when we mark the answer? Should we fill in? Not a very good idea. You might be wasting time, and also sometimes, the questions are interlinked in a manner that they actually help you in getting a clarity as to what the correct answer is going to be, right? So that's your 56th question. Okay, let's move forward. Next, what you have is an agreement made without consideration. Again, complete prior knowledge passage, does not talk about consideration anywhere. It doesn't even tell you what consideration is, but I'm hoping everybody knows, right? What is consideration? What you do under the contract, which each party promises to do under the contract, that is supposed to be consideration. तो अगर consideration ही नहीं है, तो generally क्या होगा contract आपका? Void. It's one of the very basic essentials of a valid contract. So such a contract is going to be a void agreement. Valid, enforceable, voidable, इनमें से कुछ भी नहीं होगा. Okay, so let's move forward. Okay, so that was the first passage. Now we are moving on to the second passage. Second passage, which I think Sana would like to say something about. It's one data, digital personal data protection.
So basically we had the same topic, a similar passage on the same topic last year in the Clat 2023 paper, but the aspect of that was that they were focusing more on the powers and functions of the data controllers. Here they are focusing more on the aspect of consent, and a very similar passage of very similar nuances, etc. has been covered under Clat Mock 2, I believe, which is similar questions, similar passages, similar situations have been given in our very own mocks.
right? Okay, now when I look at this passage was a drudgery to read. You know, I can understand even when I was reading it, you know, there are no separations, there are no separate paragraphs. So how do you deal with such a passage? Now the first and the foremost thing you need to know. Now when I am dealing with such a passage, I need to break it down, right? You need to break it down so that even if you have to go back, because like I said, you know, whenever there is a passage given to you, a passage, it is not possible for one to remember everything that's written in the passage, right? So you give an overall read to it. Sometimes you just need to skim and scan through it if you are short of time. Then you have to go back. You need to regress. Regressing is not bad, okay? Don't ever think that, you know, I regress, I waste time. No, you regress, you get +1. You do not do that, you get a -0.25, right? So keeping that in mind, how do I divide, right? See, now when you look at this passage, there is a division here. Who does it apply to? It applies to non-citizens. It also applies to, it says applies to non-citizens. It applies to Indian residents as well. And then very specifically, the entity processing consent. Now here they are very specifically telling you what all would be included in the concept of consent. You know, Sana just mentioned that in last year's paper also we had data protection, but the angle was different, right? The angle there was from the perspective of the people who are putting in the restrictions, or what is the mode, how do they go about it. But on the other hand, here it is from the perspective of your right to privacy. And as an individual whose data is getting used or misused as it would happen, so how is that protected? So that is why they are talking about what is consent for legitimate use. So all this, if you see, is nothing but talking about consent, right? So when you are looking at this, you know that till here, this is one part. Right? So similarly, you need to divide it, you need to understand what all is important. Similarly, if you see, there is another part here which is talking about data which is sensitive, right? So they are very specifically talking about, you know, if you see here, specific purpose, and then it says a clear notice containing these details is supposed to be provided. And then it is also talking about law creates rights and obligations. So here if you see, this is another part. This is the part which is talking about rights and obligations. So there's, you know, you have one set here and one here about consent. So the different parts which you need to divide your passage into so that you can, you know, understand it better and apply your questions better. Now when I look at the 58th question, what is it talking about? It is talking about an Indian company collecting personal data. Now what is most important whenever you are answering a reasoning question is what is asked. You know, you have the entire story, but in the end, what you have to answer is the question which is asked. So the question here is says, under the Digital Personal Data Protection Law, what must the company do before sharing the data? Now, if you look at the entire passage, what is it based on? It is based on the concept of consent. That yes, you know, consent needs to be taken. Without a clear affirmative consent, you cannot have, you know, any kind of data being used, right? So therefore, when I am looking at the options given here, A looks good to me because A says obtain explicit consent from the users, looks good. If I look at the other options, B says share the data by informing the users as it is for the business purposes. Now here, no, the passage is not really telling you that it is for business purposes. If you tell the users that, it's enough. No, you have to get their consent. Merely informing is not sufficient, but taking their positive consent is something which is important. Now the third one says encrypt the data, not something what the passage is talking about. And D says inform third party vendor that data is sensitive. Because before you inform the third party, जिसका आपने डेटा लिया है उससे तो कंसेंट लोगी ना. So therefore D would also be incorrect. Your correct answer is only going to be option A. Chalo. Let's move forward. Okay. Now the next question says a social media platform processes user data. Now here it says under Digital Protection Act law, what must the platform do? So here they are talking about the obligation of the platform as to what they need to do. Now if I look at all the options, A says refuse to accept the withdrawal request since the consent was already given. Now if the consent is already given, does it mean that you refuse to accept the withdrawal? No. Even when I look at the passage, what does the passage says? Passage says that under the rights and liabilities or rights that you have, one of the rights is that you can actually withdraw consent, right? So if I have the right to withdraw consent, then should I be allowed to do it? Yes, because that's a right which is clearly given to me, right? I do have the right to withdraw consent also. So when I am looking at the options, A says refuse to accept. No. If I have given my consent, I have the right to withdraw it. B says comply with legal requirements and stop processing the data. Now this here looks good. It's talking about legal requirements, stop processing the data, but not very clear. So let me move on to the next option. C says continue processing the data. Now this is something which cannot be done because I do have the right to withdraw it, right? So therefore C cannot be correct. D says allow withdrawal only after 30 days. Now nowhere in the passage are they talking about a time frame कि भाई अगर मैंने withdrawal के लिए बोला है तो 30 days के time के बाद withdrawal होगा. Now this is not provided anywhere in the passage. So here the only option which is your correct option is going to be option B. It says comply with the legal requirement, stop processing the data. Why? Because this is a right which I have. I have the right to give consent and I have the right to withdraw the same. Okay. Now next. Now the 68th question says a financial institution collects biometric data. Now here it says that under the digital protection law, what right allows them to request this information? Now if you look at the passage here is not really telling you very specifically as to which law or which right this is. So this is another one of those questions wherein sometimes you have to it's not something which is a specific detail, but something which you need to infer from what is given in the passage. And another way to look at it is that you need to negate the options. So one is you infer and the other is you negate and you arrive at the correct answer. Now when I am looking at option A is talking about right of data portability. Ab data portability तो यहाँ पे कहीं आ नहीं रहा है. Data portability is moving your data from one place to the other. That is not something which either the passage or the question is really talking about. So cannot be your answer. B is talking about right to correction. Now right to correction is provided in the passage, that is there. But is this about right to correction? No. There is no correction which is happening. Rather, it says if the client wishes to know what the data collected under the digital has been used. So here it is not talking about correction, rather it is talking about access. Right? It is saying that my data has been collected. I should have the right to access it. I should have the right to know what is it being used for. Right? So access would be the correct answer. Right to forgotten. Yes, it is a right which is included under right to privacy under Article 21, but that does not really come into play here. Because right to forgotten is when you don't want people to know about you, when you don't want things to be told about you, right? That's something completely different. Okay, now moving on to the next question. Now, in the next question here, they are talking about additional precautions. Why? Because this is sensitive health data. अब हमारे passage में कहीं sensitive के बारे में specifically दिया है? Is it given somewhere? Here. It says if the personal data is sensitive, then additional safeguards are to be observed, and here very specifically they are talking about the additional safeguards also. So when you are looking at this particular question, you know your answer has to be about something which is talking about these additional safeguards. So when I look at the options, A says no additional methods. अब भाई no additional methods तो नहीं होगा, because यहाँ clearly बोल रहा है कि additional safeguard होगा. So your answer cannot be option A. B says ensure explicit consent and adopt higher security standards. Now that's exactly what is mentioned here. You know, here they are talking specifically about individuals voluntarily providing personal data. So there has to be an explicit consent. That is something which you can infer from here. So B looks good to me. C says store the data only with the government agencies. Now nothing to that effect is mentioned here. Right? Now this option has been created, but it is completely out of the passage. Right? So therefore C cannot be your answer. Similarly, D says store it with hospital, healthcare institutions. Now nothing, no, it's not even directly given here, neither can it be inferred. So D is also out. Your correct answer will only be option B. Sure. Moving further. Okay. Next what we have is a very direct, specific, detailed question. It's talking about what are the rights which are included. Now, if you see, you can actually match each one of them, right? And in a question like this, sometimes if you know amongst the few, you can identify a few of them, you'll actually be able to eliminate and arrive at your answer very quickly. Like if you see, the first one says right to get summary of collected data. That is clearly given. So 1 is correct. 2 is also something which is given, right to know to whom the data has been shared. Now I know 1 and 2 have to be in my answer, which means I can easily negate B and C. Then I am only left with A and D. Now the moment I read the third one says right to correct and update the data. Now right of correction is also something which is clearly given, right? So if right of correction is also there, I know 3 has to be in my answer. I can easily mark option D as my correct answer. Now this is something which will save you time, because yes, you're going back, you're regressing and trying to find each and every point, but when you know that ab aap negate kar sakte ho, the only option left with you is option D, you can clearly mark this and move on. Right? This is something which is very, very essential, because end of the day, time is something which is of a lot of value to you when you are solving the Clat paper. ठीक है? चलो भाई आगे बढ़ते हैं. अगला हमारा last question है इस passage का. नहीं, passage खत्म. I think there's another passage here. Okay, so we now have a passage on public examination prevention of unfair means. Basically हम बात कर रहे हैं cheating की, कि भाई अगर cheating होगी तो फिर कौन सी punishment मिल सकती है. If you look at this passage and you look at the previous passage also, there's a lot of information is given. If you look at these passages, they are like data driven passages. बहुत सारा data है. अब यहाँ पे भी शुरू होते ही they are talking about the kind of punishment you will get. It says that the provision for up to 5 years imprisonment, fine up to 1 crore. Then they are talking about the fact that the bill has been brought about and all those things. And again here they are talking about the punishment. Then they are very specifically talking about what all is going to be considered as an unfair mean and what can be punished, right? So a very data driven passage. A passage like these is something, okay, the good thing about this passage, not very lengthy, but I would recommend that when you're reading this passage, have a brief overview. Okay, don't try to sit and comprehend this passage. And the same went with the previous passage also. These are passages wherein you have a brief idea, make a mental map, what is located where, and you move on to the questions, right? Because end of the day, the main idea, the main purpose of reading the passage is answering the questions, right? So you don't need to spend too much of time on the passage. I would say come to the question. So when you look at the first question here, very, very simple. Now this is something which anybody who's preparing for the Clat exam would not go wrong with. It says a bill becomes an act when. not when it is passed by both the houses merely, but when the President of India gives the assent. And that is something which is also mentioned here. Right? It says bill received assent from the President of India on the 13th of February. Right? So therefore, your correct answer to the first question is fairly direct, option A. It was option D. Chalo. Let's move further. Now next is talking about a service provider, and we are looking at, he has, there is no doubt as to what he has done is wrong, because clearly, it says indirectly helped his family. So if he's helped his family, then he would be held liable. Now the question which arises is, what is the penalty? Now if I look at this particular passage, now the passage here is very specifically talking about the penalty which is going to be imposed on a service provider right here. अब यहाँ पे क्या बोल रहा है, ये जो है again एक trick question था, ठीक है, one had to be very careful. देखो जहाँ पे भी punishment की बात आती है ना कि भाई इसमें कितनी punishment दी जा रही है, be very very careful in understanding कि भाई कौन सी चीज़ कहाँ apply करेगी. Now the first thing you see here कि यहाँ पे ये service provider है, ये service provider है. Now what are they saying? Shall be liable to be punished with imprisonment with imposition of fine up to 1 crore, ठीक है, 1 crore कहीं दिया है हमारे options में, imposition of fine up to 1 crore, okay, looks good here, punished with imposition of fine up to 1 crore, looks good here, but what is important? सिर्फ fine है क्या punishment? नहीं, it goes on and says, and proportionate cost of examination shall also be recovered. राइट तो ये एंड है, एंड का मतलब क्या हुआ कि दोनों चीजें होंगी, भाई 1 करोड़ फाइन तो देना पड़ेगा अप टू, प्लस आपको प्रोपोर्शनेट कॉस्ट ऑफ एग्जामिनेशन भी देना पड़ेगा. सो बोथ द थिंग्स गो हैंड इन हैंड. सो आई हैव टू लुक फॉर एन ऑप्शन व्हिच इज गोइंग टू टेक बोथ द थिंग्स हैंड इन हैंड. नाउ ऑब्वियसली ए एंड बी आर आउट इन दिस. नाउ व्हेन आई लुक एट सी, सी सेज लायबल टू बी पनिश्ड एंड द एंटायर कॉस्ट. अब ये वाला सी ऑप्शन लग तो इंटरेस्टिंग रहा है, बट इसमें क्या गड़बड़ हो गई, भाई ये तो प्रोपोर्शनेट कॉस्ट की बात कर रहा था और ये बात कर रहा है इंटायर कॉस्ट की. सो देयरफॉर दिस आल्सो गेट्स नेगेटेड. योर करेक्ट आंसर इज ऑप्शन डी. राइट, अगेन दिस वाज समथिंग व्हिच वन कुड गेट ट्रिक्ड ऑफ. सो ऑलवेज रिमेंबर, वो हमेशा हम क्लास में भी करते थे, याद है भाई जिन्होंने हमसे हमारे साथ पढ़ाई करी है, कि भाई एंड और दो ऐसी चीजें हैं जो कि आपका आंसर पूरा बदल देती हैं. Right, so whenever there is a law which is providing you with an and or an or, these are interpreted very very differently. Right, so this is something which one has to take care of. ठीक, चलो अगला question. Now here it is saying which of the following is the most appropriate punishment. अब दोबारा भाई punishment की बात आ गई है, कितनी punishment मिल सकती है. Now this is a person who's found guilty of seat arrangement. Right, अब यहाँ पे punishment कहाँ दिया है, इधर दिया है, पनिशमेंट इधर भी दिया है. राइट, अब नाउ वन टेंड्स टू गेट कंफ्यूज्ड आल्सो कि यहाँ भी तो पनिशमेंट दिए, यहाँ भी तो पनिशमेंट दिए, बट देन देयर इज अ डिफरेंस हियर. इफ यू लुक एट हियर इज दे आर टॉकिंग अबाउट मैल प्रैक्टिसेस एंड ऑर्गेनाइज्ड चीटिंग. Right, so that is not what is happening here. Here is this one guy who is guilty of manipulating for his relative. Right, so there is no organized, cheating which is happening. So we know the punishment has to be here, which says resorting to unfair means. So what is the punishment? The punishment says 3 years which may extend to 5 years. तो आपकी punishment हो सकती है 3 से 5 साल के बीच में, and fine up to 10 lakhs. ठीक, तो minimum 3, maximum 5, fine up to 10. अब हमारा ऑप्शन अगर आप A देखते हो, A नहीं हो सकता, भाई A सिर्फ 1 साल की punishment दे रहा है, बी भी नहीं हो सकता, बी सिर्फ 2 साल की पनिशमेंट दे रहा है. 2 ऑप्शंस क्लियरली निगेट हो गए. अब हम थर्ड पे आते हैं. थर्ड 3 साल बोल रहा है, हो सकता है बिकॉज मिनिमम इज 3 years, राइट, बट व्हेन आई लुक एट द फाइन, व्हाट इज द फाइन से 15 lakhs. बॉस यहाँ तो मैक्सिमम इज ओनली 10 lakhs, तो ये कैसे होगा आपका आंसर? सो सी इज आउट. यू आर ओनली लेफ्ट विद ऑप्शन डी. डी सेज 4 years and fine of 5 lakhs, right? So therefore D fulfills both the conditions because it says fine up to. ठीक, so your answer here becomes option D. ठीक, chalo, let's move forward. Okay. Now next is your 66th question. Now what does it say? It says identify which of the following is not an unfair means relating to conduct of public examination. Now this is, these set of questions, the 66 and 67 questions, for people like us, it brings a smile on our faces, right, Sana?
Absolutely.
I'm like, look at the rampant use of coaching centers here, right? And it's like, we're generally supposed to be the devil, but somehow with the way these questions are framed, they're kind of favoring us, so we are helping you, right? That's what they're trying to say. So here it says, identify which is not an unfair mean. Now A says, coaching center conducting mock test for students. Boss, I think each one of you who is seeing the analysis here has attempted not one, but an umpteen number of mock tests, and I'm sure you've attempted some of ours also, which are very good. So A here looks like a good answer. Now this question is also such a amazingly funny question. It's one of those questions जो exam करते करते आपके face पे smile लेकर आते हैं ना. तो the Clat consortium somehow I feel it's very humane कि भाई इतने परेशान हो गए बच्चे तो कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा सा smile लेकर आए बच्चे के चेहरे पे, right? Because what does it say? Second says offering help during examination. Obviously यार अगर during examination help करोगे तो ये तो गलत ही है. Next says on the request of coaching center again provide seating arrangement. Was seating arrangement of all its students in one class, this is obviously going to be unfair again. And D says directly assisting the candidate. अब directly assist, indirectly या directly कैसे भी assist करोगे, that is going to be considered, because here it says either directly or indirectly assisting the candidate, that is going to be considered as unfair means, right? So therefore D is also out. Your correct answer is only option A. ठीक, चलो अब आगे बढ़ते हैं. Now next what you have is again coaching centers. It says who amongst the following is not a service provider in the context of public examination. ठीक है, अब ये कोई examination नहीं, ये हम एक public examination की बात कर रहे हैं. Now A says coaching center which prepares students for passing the public examination. Now here obviously when you're talking of a service provider कौन होगा? Service provider, somebody who is involved in that entire process, right? So here therefore obviously A cannot be A has to be your answer, because A is not a service provider. All the rest of them, the moment you read them, they are interested. They are somewhere or the other connected, because here they are talking about a printing press, who are printing the paper, software company who manages the website, then the company who scans the OMR sheet. So all of them would be somebody who are providing the service in order to conduct the public exam. So that smile wala question and a no-brainer answer had to be option A. Sure. Let's move ahead. Now, next what we have is a new passage, and I think Sana would now take over, and let's continue further.
Hello everyone. So this passage is particularly on a fundamental right of life, and more particularly on fundamental right of clean environment and water, etc. So basically before discussing this passage, one thing that we have gone over again and again is that constitutional law is very important. Out of all your foundational law subjects, constitutional law is something that we always say that the Clat consortium pays a lot of attention to, and not just in a very basic rudimentary way, but Clat consortium has had for the past 2-3 years, it has had a good mix of static and current passages. So the current passages, the static passages come from varied topics, but the current passages usually emanate from constitutional law. One of the examples of the same that we saw was the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, which ma'am just discussed, which was covering one aspect of Article 21, and this is another passage which is covering another aspect of Article 21, which is right to life and personal liberty. And this is based on a landmark judgment that was given in this year, which is the Ranjit Singh judgment. So they've not mentioned the name of the judgment, but let's go and take a little look into what the passage was. The passage was basically talking about how this right of clean environment has been covered as a part of the fundamental duties and the DPSPs as well, and now because of the Supreme Court it has become a fundamental right as well, so long as the legislative intervention is not done. So basically let us take the first question into hand. In which of the following changes were introduced for environmental protection through the Constitution of India 42nd Amendment Act? So basically they are talking about what all amendments took place through the 42nd Amendment Act. Yeah. So fundamental rights, fundamental duties, or directive principle of state policies. So now if any one of you has seen how amendments take place or what amendments are supposed to look like, so they basically wanted, somewhere they wanted a prior knowledge of law, even when they were saying that no prior knowledge is required. Some of it was based on prior knowledge, and how? Basically here they are categorically saying that Article 48A and Article 51A G is covering your right of environment and fundamental duty of keeping the environment, nature clean, etc. So here basically what they're talking is, when you're adding A to an article, or A to A, B, C, or anything like that to a section or an article or any legal provision, that is an indicative of the factor that an amendment has been introduced. So one thing we can say is that these two are amendments. Second thing, the prior legal knowledge that was supposed to be put in this was, you were supposed to know, in nowhere in the passage has it been mentioned what is 48 and what is 51. So you were supposed to know that 51 is what? A fundamental duty. And 48 is what? 48, basically loosely you were supposed to know that it comes under the category of directive principles of state policy. It does not categorically cover the fundamental rights, and therefore your answer becomes 2 and 3 only. So B was the right option here. Moving on.
So like, you know, what I was mentioning earlier, exactly the point that you know, prior knowledge has come into play here, you know, and Sana, that is why I remember in our classes, we are always telling the students that at least, you know, these chapters of fundamental rights, directive principles of state policy, fundamental duties, you need to have a brief idea about what these are and how they exist in the, you know, in the structure of the constitution. Therefore, you know, till about 2020, when prior knowledge used to be a part of the syllabus, remember how students used to actually know almost all the articles of the constitution. Now that is not what is expected out of you, but yes, certain important parts you have to be aware of. That is what this question is indicating to us now, right? That's something which I think people who are planning to give the Clat next year also should keep in mind.
Absolutely, very rightly said, Neha ma'am. So let's go on to the next question now. The next question is basically asking you the nature of binding commitment of India to reduce carbon emissions through the signing of various international environmental conservation treaties, especially the Paris Agreement, may be described as: first option, the signatory shall take adequate measures to reduce carbon emissions. Second, it may take adequate measures. Third, and the rest of is the same. Third is that the signatory should explore the possibility to reduce carbon emissions. And the fourth one is saying the signatory may formulate necessary policies. So if we see in what is distincting A from B, C and D, in B, C and D, all these options, there is an optional aspect of adapting the Paris Agreement or not. Here in A option, it is making it absolutely binding. So if we refer to the passage basically, in the passage it is directly given, yes, in the second paragraph, India is a signatory of various environmental conservation treaties under which India has the binding commitment to reduce carbon emission. So it has been very categorically given over here, and the word binding makes us understand that the option has to be A. So we always say that in law, the difference between may, shall is absolutely important. It is very imperative to know when to put shall, when to put may, and the whole this thing can change the aspect of how the law is to be applied. So the same has been applied over here, and your answer is option A. Next question, question number 70. Under Article 51AG of the Constitution, it is specifically mentioned that the citizens have the duty to protect and improve the natural environment that includes 1. River and lakes, B. Forests and wildlife, C. All living creatures, and D. Only A and B. So now, here in this particular passage, if we take the sense of the whole passage, we can see that the whole passage is basically talking about right of environment, right against the adverse effects of climate change. It is not particularly talking about the right of human beings to survive, and it is not particularly talking about any other such rights. So rivers and lakes, we can definitely say that it is included. Forests and wildlife, is it included? Here basically, if we try to see to maintain ecological balance, hygienic environment, and at a couple of other places where we are talking about clean air, water, soil free from pollution, etc., we can infer that it is basically talking about all natural resources, and therefore this is included as well. But when we talk about all living creatures include human beings as well, and that aspect has not been covered in this particular passage, and therefore we cannot for sure, we cannot say that C, which is all inclusive, is going to be the right answer. The last option is only A and B, which we definitely know is included, and that is why we are going to mark D as the right option over here. So basically, rivers and lakes and forest and wildlife is going to be inferred as natural resources as per the passage. The next question, as per the information, as per the passage and the decision of the Supreme Court, what is the correct option? The fundamental duty to preserve and protect natural resources is upon the state only, or is it upon the citizens only? Citizens alone have this responsibility, or C, both the state and the citizens have the duty to preserve it, or D, which I cannot for now see.
State's duty.
Okay,
D
it is given as state's duty. Thank you. So it is only the state's duty. Yes. Basically, if we see, this is one of the questions which is very directly inferred from the passage, and not even from the passage, from the very first sentence of the passage, if you will see, from the very first paragraph. In many judgments, the Supreme Court has ruled that both the state and the citizens, here they very clearly mentioned, both the states and the residents have a fundamental duty to preserve and protect the natural resources. So here they have not categorically mentioned citizens, but they have mentioned residents. So we know it is not this duty of the state alone, at least. We cannot mark A in that case. So we have to mark C over here. Yes. So, yes. So C is going to be the right answer, that both the state and the citizens have the duty to preserve and protect the natural resources. Moving on to the next question. according to the passage, what makes India committed to reduce carbon emissions? Because of it being a signatory of international environmental conservation treaties, because of the Supreme Court verdicts which obliquely makes the way for an enforceable right, because of the policy decisions of the government, and because of the Constitution of India 42nd Amendment. Now this is again one of those questions where they really wanted you to have marks even if somebody's paper was going really bad. So they wanted to ensure that at least some marks are saved by this one particular question. So they've directly picked this one statement from the paragraph. The second paragraph, I believe, yes, over here, and they've divided that statement, put one part in the question and the other part in the answer. So it is a very direct answer because of it being a signatory to the international environment conservation treaties, and it can be inferred directly from here. India is a signatory of various treaties, environmental conservation treaties, under which it has a binding commitment to reduce carbon emissions. So this is as clear as that. Moving on, the next question states, the passage mentions any disturbance with the basic elements of the environment would amount to violation of Article 21. Article 21 of the Constitution of India deals with right to equality, right against exploitation, right of freedom of residence, or right to life and personal liberty. So now it is basically also, in part you can say that it is one of the questions where you required previous knowledge because it is talking about Article 21 and basically what Article 21 is. But other than that, even if we did not have that previous knowledge, we can infer it from the whole reading of the passage only, that it is nowhere in the passage are they talking about the right of equality, nowhere in the passage are they talking about any kind of exploitation, nowhere in the passage are they talking about the freedom of residence, freedom of movement, or any of that thing of that nature. So the only thing that is left over here, which has been categorically mentioned also, not per se, not explicitly even though, is right to life and personal liberty.
Sana, I'll just add here, there in this last paragraph, if you see, third line from the top, the middle, yeah, yes. It's talking about enjoyment of life. To life. You know, that's yes. The only thing which out of the four options, you can, you know, in some way connect it to the passage, if you see. You know, because equality not really relevant, residence is out, like you said, exploitation is also out. So, of course, if you have prior knowledge, you straight away go and mark D, which I'm sure all CPNs have, right? We've done this like in so much of detail. But otherwise also, you know, that is one place from where you can obliquely, as the passage says, refer to it. Right?
Otherwise also they're not talking about personal liberty as yes. such, but they're only relating it to right of life, which is, as you said, mentioned over here and nowhere else in the passage that we can see. Okay. Now let's move on to the next passage. The next passage is basically about the rights of children in need of care and protection. In this particular passage, if we talk about the passage as a whole, they have given, basically the examiner has given a lot of data. So it is a very data oriented, very heavy on data kind of a paragraph. But when a student will start reading this passage, you will realize that the data is actually of no use. So the data is useless, the data is only there to trick you, the data is to confuse you into believing that the passages, which is actually, so far as legal aptitude is concerned, the passage is actually very easy. But so far as comprehension is concerned, and especially with respect to a person who would get confused with a lot of numbers, it might get a little tricky. So basically the passage is talking about the crimes which have been happening against children, where the kidnapping, abductions being at the highest. They've given the figures, and they've given the figures for the cases and against under the POCSO Act, and so on. So let's go into the first question first. which of the following issues children who are victims of violence during childhood face in life as per the author of the passage? So whenever you're talking about as per, whenever they've explicitly given as per the author of the passage, so you can clearly see that this is not a legal aptitude question, this is more of a reading comprehension based question where they are asking you about the opinion of the author or the facts that are given by the author. Here, the author has very clearly mentioned, yes, children who are victims of violence or exposed to violence during childhood are more likely to have difficulty in school, abuse drugs or alcohol, act aggressively, suffer from depression or mental health problems. So basically they are indicating all the things that have been mentioned in the options. They may have difficulty in school. So it is directly basically taken from here and put here. So they may abuse drugs or alcohol or suffer from mental health problems. And the third part, they may act aggressively and engage in criminal activities. So the right answer is going to be option D, which is all of the above. So nothing to infer here as such. The second question in this paragraph, what is the primary objective of the criminal justice system as mentioned in the passage? So, okay. So this you can say was a slightly tricky question. Over here, basically what is mentioned is that the main objective here in the second paragraph in this second line, the main objective of the criminal justice system is deterrence. Now deterrence is basically a word which is used in order to, which is a theory of punishment to stop crime. But how, let's have a look at how they have explained what deterrence is, which is actually what is not the dictionary meaning of deterrence. That is, deterrence, that is to punish the transgressors and the criminals and to maintain law and order in the society. That is, now we have to see what options we have been given over here. Rehabilitation of offenders. Rehabilitation of offenders, this is something that we can easily negate because this is something that this sentence, these couple of lines are definitely, most definitely not talking about. Second, punishment of the offenders. Now, according to the meaning of deterrence that has been given over here, we can say, okay, punishment is the aspect that they are going into, at least the author is going into. Reformation of the offenders, again, if we see in the whole passage, there is no reference of reformation as such, so we can easily, very easily negate C as well. And the D option, protection of victims from the offender. So if we see overall the objective, if we see throughout the passage, there is a slight indication of protection of victims from the offenders because there is a reference to the POCSO Act itself, which the full form of POCSO Act is protection of children from sexual offences. So of course, there is a connotation of protection of victims, plus the use of the word deterrence is also there. But if we go by what the Clat consortium asks you to apply, how it asks you to apply your legal aptitude, what is given in the principle has to be applied. If the meaning of deterrence has been given as to punish the offender, then it has to be taken as to punish the offender. We cannot go on our prior legal knowledge or on our prior vocabulary or any of that. Here we have to take the correct option as option B, which is punishment of the offenders. So here B is going to be the right answer.
So Sana, basically the consortium is trying to really confuse you. You know, we've come across so many questions wherein we are saying that, you know, we have to apply prior knowledge. And then you come across a question like this in which the information given to you is exactly the opposite of what prior knowledge you have. So kind of, you know, this is where, you know, most of the students come to us and they complain. Then ma'am, first you said don't apply prior knowledge. Then you're saying apply what is given in the passage. See, that is where you need to act smart. You know, that's another thing which the consortium is checking you on. You know, how smart you are in attempting the paper. You've got to understand what the examiner is trying to ask of you. Right? So in certain questions, they require you to use prior knowledge. In certain other questions, they require you to use the knowledge which is given here, which may be contrary to the technically correct prior knowledge you might have, right? So that's a little balancing act one has to undergo if you really want to, you know, get into one of your dream colleges, right? Chalo.
Absolutely. Actually, if we see the previous questions in which we had applied our prior knowledge of law, those were the passages in which no other knowledge was given in the passage. So we had to completely rely on our knowledge that we knew from before. But here, the knowledge is given when something is already explicitly, categorically given to you. Then apply that. That is the trick to these kind of questions.
Yes, very true.
So, the next question, the National Crime Records Bureau in India is responsible for. Now, this is also not something that is given in the passage. What is the basically duty, responsibility of NCRB? But let's have a look at the options. First, conducting forensic investigation of records of criminals. Second, maintaining a national database of fingerprints of criminals. Third, compiling and analyzing crime data. And fourth, maintaining a national database enforcement of criminal laws. Now basically, we do know here, A has not been mentioned anywhere in the passage. B, as we can see very clearly, has not been mentioned. And actually, nothing has been mentioned in the passage. But one thing that we know for sure that has been mentioned in the passage is that there are certain figures that have been given. For example, these many instances have happened in the crime of crimes against children. These many kidnappings and abductions, and these many of POCSO Act. So the kidnapping and abductions are at the highest, are followed by POCSO Act offences. So basically, we know that they are doing one thing for sure, compiling and analyzing data. We don't know about A, we don't know about B, and we don't know about D. So here we are going to just mark the option C, which is compiling and analyzing crime data. Next question is basically which category had the highest number of cases under crimes against children according to the NCRB report of 2021. Now this is also one of the questions which does not need a very deep dive into any of the legal aptitude aspects of the passage. It has been clearly mentioned over here. A rise in so many cases, so 16% from the previous year in terms of percentage. The top categories against children were kidnapping and abduction, followed by whatsoever. So basically, kidnapping and abduction can be straight off taken from here. Next question is, which one of the following is the correct expansion of the term POCSO used in the passage? Now, the four options over here are protection of children from sexual offences, prosecution of criminals of sexual offences, protection of children and women from sexual offences, or none of these. So in this case, this is also something that is directly required. Nothing in the passage there has been mentioned. POCSO Act has been mentioned. The full form of POCSO Act has not been mentioned anywhere in the passage. So where do you infer it from? So this question was supposed to be marked from previous knowledge only. From previous knowledge, we can say protection of children and women will not be there because that is going to basically jeopardize the acronym in the very first place. Prosecution of criminals of sexual offences is also, well, it is not true. Here, this is where you were supposed to apply your previous knowledge. The correct answer to this is protection of children from sexual offences. Option A is the right answer. Next question is, what risk do children face when exposed to criminal justice system as per the passage? So, limited access to vocational, just a minute, limited access to vocational training, exposed to risk of physical abuse, mental health challenges and behavioral disorders, or all of the above. So this has also been mentioned very clearly, categorically. All those facing severe challenges including mental, emotional, behavioral, etc. and being exposed to violence, etc., all of those things. This is also something that is very clearly given in the passage. The answer to it is option D. I don't think it needs to be explained further.
This is where you feel that, it's a RC based
Absolutely.
question paper.
So I think we can go on to the next passage only. So next passage is the last passage, which is a very short, succinct, about 100 to 120 words passage. It is on geographical indications. This passage is one of the intellectual property rights के ऊपर है. Geographical indications are basically intellectual property. They are designated to a product, giving some value, some recognition to the product based on where they were cultivated, where they were manufactured, where they were grown, etc. So basically, very shortly, very briefly, very nicely, this passage is talking about what geographical indications are. It is giving an example of, for example, champagne is a sparkling wine which has its reputation because it is cultivated, it is manufactured in a certain place in France. And similarly, Darjeeling tea, why? Because it has gained a certain reputation of being a certain quality, and if somebody else is cultivating it elsewhere, then the reputation, if other people are selling it under Darjeeling tea name, then the reputation of Darjeeling tea and the people who are doing their honest work, that reputation is going down. So that is basically what has been explained in the whole passage. The passage is very short. The question starts from here. Let's go into the question directly. Which of the following statements about the geographical indications is not true? First, geographical indications are protected under the international law to ensure only products from specific regions can use the GI name. So that is something that is very clear, very clearly given in the passage. The use of a GI name can be legally challenged if it is used by products not originating from specified region. So here it is given over here, the protection of GIs ensures that only products genuinely originating from a specific region are allowed to use that geographic name. So basically this is also very directly, this can be inferred from the passage itself. Geographical indications can be used to any product which is licensed regardless of its place of origin. That is opposite to the very idea of geographical indications, that I cannot tag my product as a product that is grown in a certain area if it is not cultivated in that certain area. So here this is not true. Let's have a look at the other option also, option D. The TRIPS agreement under WTO establishes a framework for protection of GI tags on global scale. Here also this has been the TRIPS agreement point has been very clearly given in the last line. International agreements such as TRIPS agreement under the WTO provide framework for the protection of GIs globally. So it has been very clearly mentioned. Of the right option, or rather the incorrect of the 4 options is option C. Next, if a product named Darjeeling tea is produced outside of the Darjeeling region, which of the following legal actions can be taken under the GI protection laws? The first one is, the product can still be sold but with a disclaimer of its true origin. Let's have a look into the the passage. The protection of GIs ensures that only products genuinely originated from that place are allowed to use that name. It helps to maintain the product's reputation and quality and prevents misuse and imitation and supports local economies. So basically here obviously this is very much going against the idea, so A cannot be the right answer. The use of GIs, the use of the GI name Darjeeling tea can be legally contested and potentially prohibited. That, as we saw, was the very idea of GI indications, so this could be the right answer. Let us have a look at the other options as well. The product can be sold under a different GI name of not Darjeeling tea. Okay. the product can be marketed as Darjeeling tea will face no legal consequence. So D is definitely not the right answer.
Now, this is like, one of those really funny questions, Sana, because if you look at the first option, they're saying with a disclaimer about its true origin. Now, if you are wanting to put a disclaimer, then why even call it Darjeeling tea? The very purpose of calling a tea a Darjeeling tea is to tell you that yes, that's the place where it originates from. So, putting a disclaimer there is not going to serve any purpose. So, A is obviously wrong. And similarly, when you're looking at C is also very funny, It brings a smile to my face because what are you trying to say? You have a different GI tag saying not Darjeeling tea. So, basically tea grown anywhere in the wide world except for Darjeeling, you have a GI tag of not Darjeeling tea.
So even if you're using the word not Darjeeling tea, somewhere or the other, you're trying to attract the customers by the use of word Darjeeling because you already know that customers get attracted to the word Darjeeling or the origins of Darjeeling when it comes to tea. So therefore A and C can definitely not be the right answer. The right answer over here is option B.
Yeah, and by the way guys, Darjeeling tea was the first GI tag to be ever given to any product or agricultural produce ever in our country. So when the concept of GI came out, Darjeeling tea was the first GI tag to be granted.
Very aptly quoted. So let's move to the next question. Which of the following is not a potential consequence of the misuse of geographical indication? 1. Loss of consumer trust in authenticity of the product. Now remember, what they're asking you over here is which of them is not a potential consequence. This very clearly can be a potential consequence. Next, decrease in the market value of the GI protected product. This again, it has been referred above. It compromises the quality of the product, the reputation of the product and other characteristics because the name in the market, the reputation in the market is going to be compromised if the other things manufactured of an inferior make or cultivated in an area where it is not as reputed sell or pass their goods off of as these goods. So next option, so A and B are very correct. C, compulsory license on the patents of the misusing entity. Now we have entered into another universe. We were talking about geographical indications under the IPR and now we have started talking about patent law. So you can very clearly see that this is a very, very, very huge misfit where they're talking about some other intellectual property right altogether, and that has also not been covertly added. It has been very overtly added by the name of patents. So you can very clearly mark option C as the right answer here. Let's move on to the next question. In the context of GIs, which of the following scenarios best illustrates the concept of geographical origin? 1. A product's name is changed to reflect the local ingredients rather than the place of production. 2. A product is marketed with GI name even though it is produced in a different region and a different country. Okay. 3rd is a product is identified by the GI name that it corresponds to the region where it is traditionally made or cultivated with distinctive qualities due to that location. If we see, as we have very extensively discussed the reason, the rationale of why GI tags are given, and as it can be inferred from the very first sentence of the passage also, that the very intention of giving GI tags is this, that it has to correspond to the region where it is traditionally manufactured or cultivated. So therefore, we can right away mark C as the right answer over here. Next question, choose the most appropriate objective of TRIPS agreement concerning geographical indications. So this is also something that is can be very directly inferred from the last line. International agreements such as TRIPS agreement under the WTO provide a framework for the protection of GIs globally. So what is the right answer over here? To harmonize intellectual property laws? Not at all. To ensure uniform product labeling standards globally? They're not talking about uniformity and standardization in the whole passage whatsoever. So we can mark it out as well. To provide a framework for the protection and enforcement of GIs among WTO members, directly taken from here. So it is such a small passage. It is not an influx of information that you were given over here, and still I'm very surprised that direct answers are coming, direct questions are coming, which are basically fact-based questions, which are basically picking it up from here and putting it in one of the options. So this is one of those questions which is giving you free के marks. ये गलत नहीं होना चाहिए था basically. So C is the right answer. So with this, we come to an end to the analysis. I hope all of you all understood all the questions and
as we had discussed in the overall analysis also, we were looking at the cutoffs. So Sana, what do you think would be an ideal score, considering the way the legal section came this time?
If we talk about only the legal section, the ideal score must be around 22 to 20, say 6 to 27.
Yeah, because it's actually doable. Apart from a few tricky questions here and there, even the prior knowledge questions were fairly straightforward and simple. So, a good score, if you are targeting the top NLUs, would be around 25, as she said, So anything between 22 to 26, 27 would be a good score. But yes, if you're targeting the top 3, top 5, then I would recommend you should be getting somewhere around 25, right? I think that's about it from us. Thank you so much for, tuning in so late at night as well. I hope the analysis was helpful for you guys. Take care and all the best for your A-Lit exam. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay. Yeah, good evening everybody. So we will start with the quant discussion. We'll start with the quant discussion. So I'll just read the case. Mr. Das is working in a construction company. He has a family including his wife and a daughter. His total monthly income includes a salary of 9,228 and a 10% house rent. Due to increasing inflation, he is keeping a home budget that accounts for the income and expenses of the household. Out of his total monthly income, he spends 25% on food expenses. So I'll just write down. So food expenses is 25%. Then house rent is 18%. Then entertainment is 9%. Education is 23%. Medical expenses is 13%. And finally saving is 12%. This total comes out to be 100%. So now 9,228 is his monthly income, and then there is an allowance also, allowance of 10%. So 20% means we will add 922 to it. So the total income becomes 8 to 10, 3 and 2, 5, 1, 10150. 10150 is the monthly salary. How much money remains for other expenses after the house rent and savings? Savings is 12, house rent is 18. So 18 plus 12, 30% gone. So 70% remaining. 70% will be 70% of this value. So it will come out to be 7106. 7106. That is option number C. Next question, let's move to the next question. If the expenditure on food and entertainment is increased by 10% due to inflation in prices, what will be the new percentage of savings in the same monthly salary? So food is 25 and entertainment is 9. So 25 plus 9 is 34. So 34 is increased by 10% means it is increased by 3.4. So our savings will come down by 3.4. So 12 minus 3.4 will be the new saving, and the new saving will be 8.6. 8.6. So that is option number B. Then we go to the next question. How much total money has he spent on food and entertainment? Food and entertainment is, food is 25, entertainment is 9. So he has spent 34%. 34% of 10150. 34%. 34% of this amount, 10150. So that will come out to be 3451. 3451 is not there. So therefore answer will be none of this. None of this. Now how much money does Mr. Das pay as the house rent? House rent is 18. So 18% of 10150 will come out to be 1827. 18% of 10150 will come out to be 1827. So that is option number A. $113th question. If Mr. Das gets 12% annual interest on the savings and he wishes to save 30,000 in 2 years period, how much extra should he save in the next year? So we'll just rub out things which are not necessary. So this is gone. Now let's look at how much is the saving. Saving is 12%. 12% of 10150 is comes out to be 1218, and 1218 into 12, and then it should be multiplied by 1.12. So these three things should be multiplied. So this comes out to be 16,370. So this is what the money that has accumulated in the first year, including the interest of 12%. Now let's look at the second one. So for the second year, it is just 1218 into 12. So that comes out to be something around 14,000 something. So it is 14,616. Now if you see this 14 and 16, this has already crossed 30,000. So whatever he wanted to save 30,000, so that target is already achieved. So there is no need for saving. Which of the following is true regarding the home budget of Mr. Das? So let's look at the C option. Savings is, how much savings is 12%, medical expenses is 13, so 12 plus 13, 25, and education is 23. So this first part is 25 plus 23, 48%. And what about the remaining? House rent is 18, food is 25, so 18 plus 25, 43, and 43 plus entertainment is 9, so this comes out to be 52. So obviously 48 is less than 52, so therefore our answer is option C. Yeah, so we have solved this first case. Now let's move to the second case. So second case, so there's a lot of data that is being given. We'll just go through that data. So according to the estimates of the World Inequality Report, men earn 82%, whereas women earn 18% of it. And women agriculture field laborer makes 88 per day, lesser than her male counterpart, according to the Ministry of Agriculture data for 2020 and 21. While a man is paid 383, woman makes 294 a day. The gap is more than the cost of 2 kilograms of rice. This gap differs from state to state. So data for Kerala is given. While a man gets 789 per day, a woman is paid 537. So just go through this entire data. We'll mark some few data that are more important. One is like the 61% will come to it. 239, 247, these are some important data. And then Yeah, so we will refer to wherever we require data. So we go to the first question. If a female casual worker earns 200 rupees per hour, what is the hourly wage of a male casual worker, given that the male casual worker earns 48% more than the female casual worker? So 200 is the what a female gets, and male gets 48% more. 48% more means on 200 the value will be 96, so we will add 96. So the base rate for male per hour will be 296. So that is option number B. Option number B. Let's look at 1/16. Assume that in 2022, the earning gaps between male and female self-employed worker was 2.5 times. In 2023, the gap increased to 2.8 times. So it's talking about a ratio of the salaries, daily salaries. So in 2022, it was 2.5 times. Now it has changed to 2.8 times. So what is the percentage increase in the earning gap? So 2.5 to 2.8. 2.5 to 2.8, the change is 0.3. Change is 0.3 on a base of 2.5. So this is what? 3 by 25. And in percentage terms, it is 3 by 25 into 100, 12%. So 12%, option A is the right answer. Which of the following statement is correct? The wage gap of Goa and Kerala is less than Tamil Nadu. So it shows clearly that here Tamil Nadu has the highest gender wage gap. And so both A is correct as well as B, because Tamil Nadu is the greatest. So therefore answer is C, option C, both A and B. Both A and B. Now 118th, if the wages paid to men working in agriculture sector in Goa is 335, what is the amount of wages paid to women in the region? So they're talking about Goa, and Goa, the wage gap is 61%, which is being mentioned, 61%. So we will use that. So 61% is basically how much? 335 minus the female value divided by 335. This value is 61 by 100. So 1 minus f by 335. This value is 61 by 100. So this comes out to be 39 by 100 equal to f by 335. So f is nothing but 39% of 335. That comes out to be 131, somewhere in the range of 131. Since that is not mentioned, answer will be none of this. Answer will be none of this. Hope this is clear. Next, move to next question. Now, with reference to the information in the question 115 above, which region of the below mentioned states offer the least wages to the women worker in any sector? So if you observe, Jharkhand value is given as 239 rupees per day. Then Gujarat value is given as 247 per day. Kerala also it's given. Kerala also it is given. So it is 537 for Kerala. 537 for Kerala. But for Goa the data is not given. So they are referring us to question number 115, but that's a mistake. They should actually have pointed us to question number 118, for which we just found out that the female value will come out to be 131. But that is if, like from the data of question number 118, not question number 115. So this is a mistake, and therefore I think marks will be awarded to everybody because it's a mistake, genuine mistake. So therefore we move on to the next question. This is a mistake, and I think they will recognize this mistake and they will do a proper compensation for this. Now let's look at the last question, 120th. It says in 2023, if the average annual income of female self-employed workers is 250. And it says that how much do male self-employed workers earn on an average. Now what they have given is in 2023, the male workers earn 2.8 times that of women. So 250 has to be multiplied with 2.8, and that will give us the value of how much the male employees are making on an average. So this comes out to be, if you solve this, this comes out to be 700 rupees. So 700 rupees will be the correct answer. So in totality, what we will say is it was not a difficult set. Both the sets were easy. There was little more data on the second set. The data was more on the second set, but the problems that were asked were relatively simple, and barring one problem which had a mistake. Okay, so if you have just an overall understanding of data, the percentages value, the data, then I think that is good enough to solve this section with flying colors, and you can easily score more than 90% in this section. So that will be all for today. Thank you.